Our work session to order. The first item on the agenda is a discussion of the League of Oregon Cities legislative priorities. And I've asked Councilor Montero to give a short intro because she sits on the LOC board.
Okay, so actually, I think this is on our agenda, page 55, and there's a very nice staff report there. So just kind of for the public too, I think of League of Oregon Cities as a professional association. When I had my career in healthcare administration, I belonged to several professional associations that gave me education, they gave me support, they helped me do the best job I could do for my employers, but they also did things they lobbied for the issues that were important to us. LOC is the same thing. We've got 241 cities in our state. Most of them are under 10,000 people. So while we all can reach out to Javity and to Weber, our legislators, we only have so much impact. And so when you take everybody and put us together, and we have this professional association that represents us and has full-time lobbyists on our behalf, because we can't afford to have lobbyists. And so one of the things they do is that they work full-time and they work with the legislators to put forward the things that the cities want and need in legislation. And so during the year, there are committees that are legislative committees. Steve sits on one or two of them, and I sit on several of them. And their job during the year is to work with those lobbyists and with the League of Oregon Cities to come up with what are the important things that at the next legislative session we want to make sure that our legislators pay attention to, that they pass laws for, etc. And we've seen that just in the recent past. One of the things that they got passed had to do with the recreational immunity. Okay, so the way we have input into it is they put together all of the priorities that all of the different committees, there's a committee for every one of these different kinds of issues, and they come up with, okay, what's the priority that we want to put forward as our committee? The League of Oregon Cities then puts them all together, and they're giving us 23 of them this time. And they put them out to the cities, and they're saying to us basically, what are the most important things to you guys? What do you want us to put our most attention into? And they want each city to come up with a maximum of 5 things that we want LOC to really put their attention to. The way they've run it is that it does not allow for the big cities like Portland and Eugene and Corvallis, etc., to have a bigger voice than we do, which is really, really important. Everybody gets the same voice so that we're not going to end up doing just what Portland wants. So all of the cities are given this list, and each city gets to decide how they decide what priorities to give League of Oregon Cities. I think we do it in a very good fashion in that we all talk about it and we come up with our top 5, and that goes on. At the October board meeting for the League of Oregon Cities, we'll be meeting right before the annual conference, and so our board will have all these priorities set up for us, and then we will go through and finalize what are the top 5 that the League of Oregon Cities is going to concentrate on. Now, what's really important, just because we're saying these are the top 5 you're going to concentrate on, that doesn't mean they ignore all the rest. They're still working on all the rest, but these are the ones that they're going to put the major amount of effort into. because these are the ones that the cities have said, this is the most important thing. And because the League of Oregon Cities Board has representation from all the different regions, so when I'm looking at it, I'm looking at, okay, what are the cities from Region 1, which is our region? What are we saying? What do we need? And so, again, it has a lot of different eyes on it. And that's why it's so important for us to really dig deep and come up with what do we think is the most important. And knowing that we probably won't get all 5 of our 5 top ones all being the 5 top ones, but they're gonna be in there. And I think as you've read through these, you've seen that there's a lot of stuff we already know is important for the whole state and for us.
Couple things to add to that. We don't meet every year. We meet on the off year, so we actually meet kind of just after the end of the short session. And so earlier this year, we put together all of these. We finished, most everybody finished up sometime in June of, 3 months ago. And that gives LOC, because they don't vote on it, the board doesn't decide the top 6 to 8, because sometimes we're limited to 5, but sometimes
Right.
they'll add a couple extra. That gives them time to assign to their lobbyists, each one of them, and they can get ready and start talking to legislators right now, right after this, so that they're ready to move forward and they see what kind of path it might take by the time you get to the session when it opens in January. And they will be there. There's 7 committees. Are there still 7?
7 committees.
Yeah, but there's still 7 lobbyists. I don't
No.
think they've filled in
We
everybody.
have
They had
2 empty spots, I
the
think.
2 that were on the committees I was on went to work for somebody else.
Steve scared them away.
No.
No.
So the idea then is, okay, you're getting ready for the main session. We do meet occasionally just for a quick meeting or something. If something comes up that requires us to talk a little more about what thing is going on outside of the usually 4 to 5 meetings during the spring of the even numbered years, so you're ready for the odd year long session. So you'll note, if you read everything in here, if you got through it all, great. Sometimes committees back each other up. For instance, our committee, I was onto the Economic and Community Development Committee, which a lot of ours is housing, and finance and tax, which our main focus was lodging tax. But the community development also deals with things like infrastructure. So we worked with, it's number, number 1 is actually co-sponsored by Community Development Committee and the Water and Wastewater Committee, saying we've got to have help to increase funding so we can have good water and wastewater systems. And there are a few others like that too, where committees will decide just to join together because we have a better chance of those kind of things going through. And it's easier if you have more support behind things. So we've got 23 of them. They're up there on the list. Haven't really figured out how we're going to do this. Has everybody gone through them anyway? Do you have your top 5? We could start there and just say what they are and see where we need to go from there to come up with 5. We're not going to actually do the vote here, but it'd be nice if we could figure out the top 5 we want to vote on. Any ideas? I can start. You want to start?
Either way.
My 5 are pretty simple. It's 1, 2, 4, and 5, and number 11. These all happen to come out of the committees I was working on, and I can answer questions about it. kind of the most important thing about full funding and alignment for housing on number 4 is please quit changing the rules. Because every session they come in and do something different, and we haven't caught up from the prior ones. And saying, here's the things you need to do, and not giving us any money to do it. Ask poor Jeff about that.
The other one I see up there that I think.
You want to compile these and see,
Yeah, let's just go around and do that first.
so we can do it under each name.
Somebody's keeping track,
I
yeah.
already made a note of yours, Mayor, so if
Okay.
you can just start out your comments the same way the mayor did, and then we'll kind of have a tally from there.
I have a very similar list to the mayor, except I didn't include the recreational immunity just because I don't know of where that is in the courts. Has that been resolved? Or?
It's been resolved, but it's only good for 1 year.
Okay.
That
And the
actually
reason
wasn't
it's
the
on-
court, it
Yeah,
was
but-
the short session took care of it, more or less, but they just did it for a year.
Right.
So they could do it in the long session.
Okay. So that'll be number 6 for me. Shelter and homeless response, number 1. Lodging tax flexibility, number 2. Infrastructure funding, full funding and alignment for housing production and behavioral health enhancements.
You have 1, 2, 4, 6, and 11.
Looks like it, yeah.
So the short answer for me is 1, 2, 5, 7, 11.
Tom?
Mine is 10, 4, 15, 17, and 8.
Sorry, 10,
I didn't do it this way, so I'm
4.
running all over the place.
Okay. What was the other one at the top?
Was 10, 4, 15, 17, and 8. But I'm getting to something that this is different than what I was keying on. I was keying off the table of contents.
Your last one, 8 or 18?
Just read off what the title says on that. They should be in the same order, but
Yeah, I don't think they're in the same order as the booklet.
I think I've got it on track.
Yeah,
Let me,
because I
let me
looked on the
adjust it while we pass
They're
it.
not in the same order as the book.
not they were.
No.
Mine are basically the same as Seth's. I believe that if we're really gonna deal with number 2, we need to be dealing with number 6 along with that. And I think that the recreational immunity will kind of take care of itself. I don't think it needs to be the key place that we put all of our lobbying, because we're already going down that road.
I think they're.
Possible,
it's-
yes.
Right.
You would think it would be likely,
Yeah,
yes.
but you don't want, I just felt like I didn't want to leave it hanging out there.
Right.
Like it should be a priority. Maybe it gets resolved quick and it's
Right.
done.
Yeah, I
We'll
just,
move on to,
I mean, if we're taking all the lobbying dollars and saying, okay, these are the five places,
yeah.
and that's already there, why throw all the effort at that if that's essentially one simple, relatively simple subject that is already in the works?
I just have a hard time believing that won't be overturned with the recreational immunity piece. I just think it's kind of outlandish as far as what those lawsuits are, and I just don't feel like that's gonna stand.
Right.
So I'm not too concerned about that one.
The big
Number 20
group
could be-
behind the, just so you know, the big group behind the recreational immunity is the trial, against it is the Trial Lawyers Association. And
Oh,
they
yeah.
have
Because
a
it's
lot
business
of
for
money.
them.
A lot of money to be
Yeah.
made.
A lot of money, so,
Mhm.
you know, that basically why I said we should put it up to the top, so they know we're gonna fight back against it.
Right.
And then I think number 20 is also very important.
Yeah, I had number 20. in
There's
my-
no doubt about that, and, you know.
Because if we're talking about transportation funding and infrastructure, all those
Everybody-
things.
yeah, Everybody's talking about it, you know, LOC is obviously, the meetings that I do at, the Northwest Act. It comes up almost every time. When ODOT talks, that's what ODOT really wants to do, because, you know, we're gonna keep losing more of that as we shift more to other fuels. So
So
it's definitely important.
I heard,
So, yeah,
then from you, I heard shelter and homeless response, behavioral health enhancements, shift from a gas tax to a road user fee. What were the other two? Did you have two others that you?
I was saying I was basically the same as Seth, and then I added a sixth and a seventh.
Oh.
I didn't write names down. so if
Okay,
you
that's
could-
fine.
If you could.
It was, what, 1, 2, 4, 6. Throw 20 on there.
2021,
No, 20.
just 20, okay. 1, 2, 4, 6, and 20.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Alright.
And mine is 1, 2, 4, 6, 11, and 20.
So that's 6.
That's 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, sneak that in there.
So it appears to me that our city is gonna have 6 of these to bring.
Hey, you know,
I don't know,
I'm kidding.
does the ballot
20
have the
20 probably
option
didn't
to
give.
put 6?
So there,
I haven't logged in yet. I have the credentials to log in. I haven't looked at it, but I mean, it's pretty clear you get 5. You guys want to have and bonus one in case there's an option? I
Decide
could do
what
it.
the
I don't-
bonus
I
one
doubt
is.
there will be.
for me, I think the bonus would be the number 20.
Yep.
Yeah.
so there's a strong consensus on 1, 2, 4, and 11. And then you have 5, 6, and 20 that are kind of,
I think of those 6 is the most important
Mm-hmm.
to go along with 2, otherwise you're just continuing to throw money.
There were some attractive thoughts in some of the others. I'm trying to think which one it was in, but one about whatever they're doing, that they don't do any unfunded mandates and they preserve our ability to make our own decisions at the local level.
Is that place-based planning?
I think it was.
Does that go along the lines of what the Oregon Mayors Association tried to do with the homeless funding, is just give the cities the money and let them decide what is the best way to use it?
Which one are you talking about?
Number 22.
Place-based planning.
I don't think so. That is a different issue. That has to do with cities that have unique water supply challenges.
Oh, yeah, that's
okay.
right. I wish these had been numbered, so in the same order.
Well, there's a lot of things on the list
They should
that,
be in the same order, except for infrastructure funding was in the document twice.
Yeah.
So I just took the second one out, so
Right.
Okay.
the first 15 or so should be in the same order.
there's a lot of items on the list that are important, but I think that'll probably be better handled at the federal level, such as the artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't, at the state level, I don't think we're gonna be able to have a
And-
big impact on that.
Cybersecurity and the other one, broadband.
What
Well,
kind
yeah.
of,
Those are, I think, things that our city's already working on. And we do what we can about them. Broadband in particular has to be funded by the feds. The state will have some of most of the money they get from the federal government.
as far as the lodging tax flexibility, are you seeing a lot of interest in that?
Yes.
Because I'm sure
A
that
lot
doesn't
of-
affect every city, most of them though.
The biggest, okay, so I can speak more or less for the Oregon coastal mayors. And it's a big issue for all of us. We're all in favor of it. There is one mayor that basically will say he'll abstain so the rest of us can support it. Our group says it has to be unanimous, period. And the only reason he's saying that is because he was one of the original writers of the original rules, the original laws. The thing about flexibility.
You can't see the issues with the way it was
He-
originally
he
written and
can,
wanna change
yeah,
it.
But part of the other thing is that, and it says it in here, is that lodging tax shouldn't be a one-size-fits-all, because we're all different. A lot of cities would like to have as much lodging tax as we have, and not have the issues with, so much as some do with funding police and fire, for instance. But there's a lot more tourism, tourists that use a lot of other things. They use our water, use our wastewater, use our roads. And we should have some flexibility in being able to do that. We're never going to stop advertising, because that's why we're here.
And I think when they originally wrote it, they really were writing from the perspective of, we have to do something to attract the tourists. So we want to spend money in
That's what's
advertising and bringing
Yeah.
them here. And they didn't think about, okay, well, what do we do once they are here? And what is the impact of them being here? And that's why.
Because they too finally defined how that was spent related
Exactly.
to tourism.
We
Right.
haven't changed the rules to any substantive changes in the 20 years it's been in place, so.
Yeah.
That's all we're talking about. We just want to have the discussion. But it sounds like we more or less agree on that one, so. John mentioned, 1, 2, 4, and 5, or 1, 2, 4, and 11. So that would leave us one more for sure, and then if we want to see if we can add any others. I take David's comment about whether or not we should have a big push for recreational immunity. I think it'll go through regardless. The LLC will push for it, I think, anyway. The
Yes.
board will do it, even if it doesn't get voted on. But there is a lot of support for it. One of the things that really helped push it through last time was a lot of cities said, okay, we're shutting down things. And that got people's attention more than anything else, when you said shut down the trails.
Is it just at the city level, or is it county, state parks? Does it affect everything?
Anybody, yeah.
So if you look at the state of Oregon and all the different trails, I mean, if anyone could sue you for anything that happened out there, I mean, you would have to close the state, because there's so many trails that are just not safe, because that's just the
why
nature
it's
of our
pretty
geography.
Or
Yeah, I just-
unimproved.
Yeah, I just,
That's not an issue, it's the improved trails. And
well, even the improved ones, there's always places there aren't railings and there's cliffs, and I can't see how that could stand. So for us to have that as a priority, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
okay,
Yeah.
so what
I
would we
agree.
suggest to take that one's place?
I like my list.
I think number 6,
I like your list.
probably, because we don't have 6 in
We
the
don't
top
have
5.
6. This was a different committee. This was out of the general government group. It's obviously something that we need. And the state, this is an area the state kind of turned over to the counties a number of years ago and said, okay, we're giving you some money for jails, here's some money for trying to fund behavioral health too. And it wasn't anything near enough to do anything. And so it's definitely a good one to do.
Well, to David's point, the shelter and the homeless response and the behavioral health enhancements kind of have to go hand in hand.
Yeah.
You got to work on both those issues.
And part of that issue that you have to look at is the end of that sentence. The ability to direct persons unable to care for themselves into treatment through civil commitment process, which is almost impossible nowadays. And that's,
Maybe
I think they both deal with two ends of the continuum.
yes,
You know,
yes.
one end is having enough homes that are affordable for people that just can't afford what's out there right now, and the other end is those that have no idea that they are homeless, to that
Yeah.
extent.
Or that are a danger
So,
to themselves
are
and
we-
others.
Yeah,
Okay with adding number 6 as the number 5, the fifth
The
vote?
fifth priority. I am.
Is it strong enough?
Yeah.
I am.
Mhm.
You
Yeah,
already had it.
absolutely.
You
Yeah.
both already had it. It's okay. That'll be number 5 then.
And we all agree on the infrastructure funding.
Yeah, there were 5 votes for number 1, 5 for shelter and homeless, 4 for full funding and alignment for housing production. So we're talking about kind of all the intermingled areas that affect that, certainly affect us directly here. So we'll add,
sorry.
I'll basically add number 6.
So read through them.
So 1, 2, 4, 6, and 11.
See, I have to tell you, I would put 11 up higher.
Well, this isn't ranking
Oh.
by
Yeah, it's not
order.
ranking.
We're not
We just get
ranking.
5
Just-
votes,
no.
not the-
Okay,
There's just 5 votes.
okay.
I'm pretty sure they didn't ask us to rank them. I'm pretty sure the vote was just to do votes, right? If we can add others, what do you suggest?
Lodging tax.
It's already there.
No,
Oh, is that in
that's
there?
one of them.
11 is one of the 5.
We have
I would-
four votes on that out of the
20.
6 of us.
20 would be my vote.
19's interesting too. Funding and expanding public and inter-community transit. It's more of a county-wide.
But that's also a federal thing.
And that also drives all the money to the metro areas.
Mhm.
I'd like to
Number,
choose the option that drives the money towards bridge replacement. But,
Infrastructure, maybe?
Well, that's number 1, that's on
Yep.
the list.
well, that's,
Number 1.
but it never hurts to pad things by having a second one that's similar.
the ones that came out of transportation, I kind of feel like, and that's 18, 19, 20.
Mhm.
I don't think 21's in that, but all of those are things that are being talked about, particularly number 18. The last big transportation package was in 2017, and not everything got done. So there's already a lot of talk about doing a new one for 2025. And part of that will likely be number 20. Those are likely to be kind of all combined. The big problem is that the money that comes from the feds with transportation money is all for new projects. You cannot use it for maintenance. So half of ODOT's budget automatically goes to new projects because that's how much they get out of the feds. Everything else has to go to maintenance. And coming out of maintenance, meaning how you pay for DEQ, how you pay for, not DEQ,
So the state needs to go to the feds to talk about TLT portioning, right?
Ideally, that's where it would happen.
What am I, DMV, that's what I'm
Oh,
trying to think of
DMV.
it. ODOT runs DMV, and, they can't run it now. How often is the thing closed? And they don't have enough employees and all that, so.
no
Transportation is going to be a big deal anyway. If we wanna pick one out of that, that's fine. Thoughts, other
I
comments?
still go with 20.
I think 20 is a very direct, here is an adjustment that will help with the rest of them.
Okay, is everybody okay with that?
Yep.
The one problem with gas tax, or road tax even, is you've got to make sure you include something that will not just be based on where the car starts.
Right.
Because right now, all the money that it comes, the tourists that are from, let's say, the Portland area, their road tax, usage fee, whatever, because their address is in the metro area, that's who gets the money. And that's a complaint we've been making out here forever. Even the bus,
Oh, the point.
no, there's a funding mechanism that basically employees have to pay now for funding mass transit. It's based on where the bus ends up, not where it comes from. Hello.
Sorry, guys, that's mine.
And Columbia County is getting killed by this because the people that commute from Columbia County to Portland via bus on TriMet, all the money goes to TriMet to use in the Portland area. They don't have to use it in Columbia County because, you know, it's Multnomah County where they end up. So there's fixes that our Northwest Act is working on, and we talk about these, you know, every other month when we have a meeting.
I'm curious, is there any state now that has a road user fee?
I don't remember if that question has come up.
Closest thing may be tolls.
Right.
But I've never heard of a
'Cause,
user fee yet.
When I think of road user fee, the other thing I worry about is losing the gas tax that the tourists that drive from California or from somewhere else. I don't
Yeah.
want us to lose that money.
All the out of state.
Yeah. How do you charge it back?
Yeah. Okay, so, I don't know if you can write on that or not, but.
Yeah,
it's-
I will make an update to
Okay.
it prior to the council meeting so that when the slides show up, you can,
So it'd be
kinda highlight that.
1, 2, 4, 6, and 11, with 20 if we get an extra, if we can put extras in.
So basically, we will
Yeah.
vote on this in a council meeting, and then Spencer does the,
He has
The administrative
actual
side of it.
ballot, yeah.
right. Boy, we're all pretty like-minded, and that's pretty good,
Yeah.
you know?
And we have some spare time here. Spencer, have you got your list of future things that we just talk about what's coming up? I know I've got one here somewhere,
Yeah.
just,
If Kim's listening, which she probably is, she maintains that. I'll pull it up.
I know I've
In the
got
meantime.
my own list and I don't know how up to date it is. LLC vote was today. Some of the additional things. Let's see, priorities, our council rules revision, we should just do that. I would like to invite our county emergency management system people to come down and make a presentation on where everything's at. Another future one is to talk about the church and the admin building demolition, decide
Yes.
what are we gonna do. We'd actually talked at one time about having some kind of community gathering at the estuary park. And,
Not ribbon cutting or something.
something like that, yeah, just
little
a
celebration.
end of summer gathering for everybody to come to up there, celebrate that it belongs to the city. I've gotten a couple of ideas from people, you know, every once in a while I say, what do you think it ought to be called? It should just be called Estuary Park. so far I've gotten 3 different ones. One says to just call it Volunteer Park after all the volunteers in the city. Somebody suggested naming it after Jason Gooding, and somebody suggested naming it after Neil Main. Neil had a lot to do with it, I think, of getting it put in there. He did a lot of work while he was a teacher, which didn't, Tom, you had him as a teacher, right?
I did.
So did I.
Did you?
Yeah, marine biology.
Yeah. So I'm still open to ideas, and we can have I don't wanna make it a contest, or we just decide what it's gonna be, have the parks committee give us a recommendation, whatever.
Would you like me to take to the Parks Committee the request that they propose a list of names?
Or add to it.
Add to it,
Add
yeah.
to it.
Yeah,
Add
I
to
think
those
that's a
lists.
good idea.
Yeah. At least
Maybe.
have them chat about it.
Yeah, give them those 3 that have been thrown out there, and then, maybe they would weigh in with something.
I think no matter what, if we put a person's name on it, we should end it with Estuary Park, because other people who don't know the city, if you just call it the XYZ Park or the Joe Blow Park, people don't know that's the
Does the
estuary.
Possum tribe have a name for their piece across the river?
That's who?
I don't think so.
Yeah, they call it Coxie Point.
Oh.
So,
And that's a geographic name.
Yeah, that's my concern with changing the name, is everyone knows it as Estuary Park, and so I like the ideas, but I don't know if it's prudent to
It's
change it.
descriptive and it's geographic, yeah.
you know, no, my only thought was to incorporate some kind of a native,
Yeah, Coxie.
accent
Park or something.
on there. Well, not
Yeah.
necessarily that, but, one of the names of areas that they actually used.
Right, that would be something to think about as well.
Was the village that was on our side of the estuary, was that called Nicotat?
I can't remember.
And is that kind of what Quatat came out of, was Nicotat?
There's no consensus about Quatat,
Okay,
but the Nicotat is a referenced community name from the early days.
yeah,
But I know where to look it up.
okay.
You
Good.
know, maybe something like.
I remember-
Nicotat Estuary Park,
Reading about it, yeah, so,
that would incorporate the current.
Well, the other thing is, you could have the name of the park. You can also name the structure, the viewing structure, after somebody, or
it's
You know.
already named after somebody,
it is.
yeah.
Randy Howell.
Who?
His name was Randy Howell.
Yeah.
Oh,
He was an extremely promising student
Mhm.
who took his life.
Yeah.
And
oh, so the school district named it, I take it.
I think so.
Like,
Ah.
because they built it. I think,
Right,
As a
right.
launch project.
Yeah.
And is the Parks Committee gonna work on some kind of signage that talks about the history or anything like that, do you
Once we
know?
give them the order,
Yeah, I think,
Yeah.
I mean, I would be
And of
down
course,
with
the
that, some
name
kind of
would be-
placard, and yeah.
The name might be the first step.
Well, I think we have several things to think about for that park. We need not only the descriptive signage, but we also need the instructional signage about, no parking between certain hours and,
Our standard sign that we have in all of our
Right.
parks.
right.
So just to add to that, as I was doing some research in preparation for putting some park rules up, we do have park rules at various parks, and we have, you'll be shocked, no ordinance or code that ever adopted such rules. So
Why am I not surprised?
that is on the list of things to do, and we'll try to get them so they can be, we have some consistent signage throughout the city.
Good,
Right.
good.
Aside from just the city's standard signage, I think that would be a good place for like historical, something historical there that's.
Similar to what's been done on the prom.
Good.
Yeah, on the prom or down at Sailor's Grave.
That would be staying consistent with what we do. I mean, all of our park signs now are consistent color and format.
I think so.
Dale worked hard on that.
He did.
And so then the ones, the interpretive signs would be all in the
Yeah.
same.
I think it's important we have
Well,
some good
yeah. Oh,
interpretive
yeah.
signs. There's a lot of repairs that still would have to be done there. I mean, that structure, the stairways going down to the beach, you know, there's a lot of work.
Our
Strings.
project manager, got that on his list.
He'll be here later. Yeah, he's already done an assessment, so we're looking at, do we do some initial fixes and then work towards more of a replacement? Or do we do a little more substantial fixes and get 5 to 10 years more out of this one? So we'll come back when we're ready.
Coming up soon, I don't know if it'll be on the work session or it'll just be in the council meeting itself, discussion about the, what's it called with Related Northwest? The operating agreement, basically.
Oh, for the,
Or the
North 40?
The subsidized housing. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's something else we,
So that's in the process right now, so probably at the lawyers.
Yeah, I think Jeff's just waiting to get it back from Related Northwest. We haven't seen a copy of it yet, so. I had a few other things on our running list.
Okay.
We talked about rules and procedures, administration, building. Some of these are a little outdated. I'm going to take off Seaside Library policies. I think that one's done. Discussion procedures for emergency declaration, mayor and city council responsibilities. We kind of did that with our training that we did at the convention center. I don't know if it was a couple months ago. It was a little while ago.
Yeah, it was a while.
Signage ordinance amendment. Jeff has been working on that, and we're getting close
and are we
to a new
talking
sign
about
code.
all kinds of signs?
Yes, a complete, instead of tweaking their current one, it's throw it out and come up with, starting with the LOC's recommended policy, and then we can modify that to fit our needs from there. Well, one we've already done, and that is a discussion with Recology on recycling. We will come back to that once they get more direction on what their requirements are going to be.
How long do they think that's going to take?
They thought sometime this fall.
Okay.
Another one that I've been working with our convention center director, Brian, is we've been working on plans to see how Quat Tap Park could be incorporated as part of the convention center, which would allow, say, a convention to rent out for evening events, part of it, and then we could then use the transient lodging tax that is used for the convention center to rebuild and make improvements at that site. So that's something we've just kind of been brainstorming, and we can probably be ready sometime this fall to have a work session with the council and just get some initial direction, thumbs up, and things like that.
Such an underutilized park, I would like to see something happen with that
I
space.
agree, because it's not only underutilized, it's just has not been taken care of. And, you know, I see little kids playing out there, and
It's dangerous.
it is dangerous. I mean, little kids can slide into the river under that railing, and the nails that come up
And the splinters they would
splinters.
get if they did that.
Oh my gosh.
So
I mean,
Crack
it's
that.
just scary.
It would stop it.
I can't slide under the rails.
Yeah.
So other items just on the short list. I think Jeff is going to be coming to the council sometime soon with a street vacation request. Do we have a timeline for that yet, Jeff? Next meeting. I'm continuing with the discussions of street performing. I'll be discussing that with the chamber and SDDA this week, and putting out a survey for all of their membership to give feedback. So it's not just who's at that meeting on the proposed changes we talked about last time. And then last thing is I'll turn it over to John on some training that will need to happen next year.
You may have heard there was some legislative changes on public meeting law and requirement for training. So we're starting to look at that. So this was the 2024 legislation, ORS 192.700. I was going to talk about it briefly during staff comment, but we have a little time. So we understand this required training to be a 2.5-hour training session. So they haven't finished making all the administrative rules yet. Those are set to be released around October 1st. So we don't actually know, at least from what I've seen, I don't know when it's supposed to be completed. They're starting signups for the training. So we could, probably the earliest we could even get on the books would be January or February. If you think about our upcoming January, that will include the goal setting that typically happens every 2 years. That will include the start of our budget meetings with staff. That will include your normal council meetings. So as I kind of looked at it and we talked about it amongst staff, we looked at a couple of dates to suggest if we were to do an in-person training, and that would be Thursday, February 20th or Thursday, March 6th. And I know that's a long way out. And so the other thing to think about would be if you would want to even do this training in person or on your own. The state uses a system called Workday to do their training. So we could set up an account and you could do that on your own. There's an option to do a hybrid method. So if some wanted to do it in person, while others were doing it virtually at wherever they were at that point in time. Or of course, it could just be entirely kind of on your own. There's a few options. And along with that, it's been a little while since the council, at least my time here, has done a collective ethics training. So one thing that could go hand in hand with this is they do about a 1.5-hour ethics training. And so you could look at a half day, which would include your public meeting law. That one's required, and then ethics on top of that. So those are just a few things to think about, but know that 2.5 hours is going to be, they have a 1.5-hour executive session, but that doesn't satisfy the requirement. So it is going to be a pretty lengthy training.
I was just gonna say, I think that timeline is good because then we'll have whatever our new council is in place. And if we have the ethics in there, then any new members of the council will be able to participate in that. And public meetings will be all on the same page.
What is likely to be your preference in terms of doing it all together, doing it on your own, things like that?
Well, let me ask a question on that. Is it just the council that needs to attend this, or do the members of our boards, committees, and commissions have to attend as well?
I believe it's governing bodies, but I'll verify and look. And that's part of the rules making too. That's what I understand it, but it's a good question. We can look into that. Because that definitely could change it.
So governing would be city council and planning commission?
Correct.
I was just gonna say, I would like to see us finalize the rules and procedures and get that adopted prior to the end of the year. We've been working on that for a while, and it's kind of one of our goals, and I would like to see that wrapped up.
Before we get a new
Make that,
council.
make that the main priority.
And the goals thing actually had it updated a couple months ago. I don't think we ever put it out.
We actually finished.
No.
No, our updated where we're at on.
Oh, the strategic blueprint?
Strategic blueprint.
I can update that. I think I'm going off of memory because the council rules and procedures we were kind of using as if we didn't have another work session item, we do one more. And I think our goal the last time was to push through and get it done. And I don't think we quite got there. That's my memory, is we had a small section left.
Only a small piece
Yeah,
at
so
the end.
I'll go back and review it and I'll send out a council email kind of where we are. And I guess my thought would be, instead of waiting for another work session, let's try to handle it in a regular meeting so we're not keep pushing it out.
On that note about if it involves other committees, I do recall another piece that I read, and I think it was going through the potential sign up, is that would we be open to hosting along with other public bodies? And so they were, hey, county electeds is kind of where they were going with that. So I think it's geared really towards the elected officials and possibly the governing bodies. I don't see it extending beyond that, but I could
Except that I do believe that there are are open, their meeting rules also for any kind of a public body that does work on behalf of the city. So, I would think that even if it's not required of them specifically, we should invite the people who sit on our boards, committees, and commissions to participate. Because that's another way that they learn how to do the jobs that they volunteer to do.
If I remember right, this is through the Ethics Commission.
Yeah, they are the trainers.
The
Yep.
ones, and it's only the council and the planning commission that have to file those reports. And so the other question would be whether we have to pay more for more people. It's free, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it, you could sign up for a Workday account for free and do it that way as well. So there's a lot of options. I guess to Spencer's question though, do you have a preference right now? Would you like to kind of leave it open in terms of how you do it? Would you like to gather as a group? Do you have a preference?
The advantage of us doing it on our own and doing it online is that we don't have to get everybody's schedule together and get it done.
That makes it a little.
And I'd like to have both options, because there's also an
Well,
advantage
sure.
of sitting and being able to interact.
Yeah, you
But,
might even
yeah.
take online and plus go to it
yes.
if you so choose.
Mhm,
I think a group session would be worthwhile, and if somebody can't make that, then they can do it on their own.
But, the group might be big if county and other elected officials are there, it could be a
Well,
pretty large.
it's
group.
optional to do it all together.
Yeah.
We could just do it as our.
Yeah,
as
you don't
our-
have to do it.
Yeah.
all.
And I don't know if they, let's say if Gerhardt, Warrenton, or Australia were to host one, if they will necessarily come out and do
But I
one
think-
just
and I
for
think
us.
You have to look at the board of SPRD and SETD.
One advantage to
Taxing district.
One advantage to getting out there is to think, yeah, exactly. There are a lot that are going to need this, and so I think bringing it to you and just wanting to get on the docket, if you will. So if you're okay with us going forward with some dates in February, March, I'll do that.
I would do it.
Okay.
With the personally doing it as a backup.
Yep.
We need to wrap up. We'll call the city council meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Recorder, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Council President Pazalski.
Here.
Councilor Horning.
Here?
Councilor Frank.
Here.
Councilor Morrissey.
Here.
Mayor Wright.
Here.
Councilor Montero. Present. All right, thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion for approval of our agenda for tonight?
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Morrissey and Councilor Frank. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We have some special proclamations and special guests here tonight. Upcoming month is National Hispanic Heritage Month, and we have two very involved in our community organizations. I'm going to have Diana come up from Consejo Hispano. Step up to the mic, tell us a little about yourself and your organization.
Thank you. Do I speak to?
Yeah, speak to us. No, speak to us. Yes, they get to listen. Yeah.
Thank you very much for having us. My name is Diana Niño, and I am the Outreach and Special Projects Manager for Consejo Hispano, which is a local community-based organization, nonprofit. And we serve the Hispanic and Latinx communities of the counties of Clatsop, Tillamook, and Columbia in Oregon, and also Pacific County in Washington State. We provide services, programs that are relevant for education, health coverage, health access, language access as well, also cultural appreciation and education, as well as participating in advisory committees and regional and statewide conversations on how to better serve the Hispanic community and how to advance equity in the state of Oregon. Thank you so much for having us today. It's wonderful to have Hispanic Heritage Month not only recognized at the national level, but also local communities understanding that it's important to make it known for the wider community why these things have been put on a calendar and you just kind of pass through them, but what it actually means, and just recognizing the value of the contributions of Hispanic and Latinx communities to our wonderful country of the United States of America, which was made by immigrants and continues to be enriched by the immigrant spirit. We are having a celebration in the September 21st, which is a Saturday. We'll be having a free community event open to anyone who wants to come. It's family friendly. We'll have food, musical presentations, dancing. We'll have some folk arts and crafts. Everything is free of cost, and it's meant to be a big party, just a celebration of the joy and the beauty of Hispanic community. I will be leaving some flyers right up front for anyone who wants to take them and distribute them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana. We also have a representative here, Minerva from El Centro Northwest, and a helper.
We have Paola. She's
Paola,
the program
okay.
manager. Yes, thank you. Hello.
Hi, thank you so much for having us. My name's Paola Velasquez, Program Director of El Centro. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it because I have my little one. But it's, again, thank you so much for having us tonight. To tell you a little bit about El Centro, and also I get nervous, still working on my public speaking. But we are a community-based organization as well. We are a nonprofit which started in 2022. We serve the Hispanic Latino communities of Pacific County and Clatsop County. Our current services revolve around financial literacy, progressing education opportunities as well as employment, and focusing on like a holistic 7 domains of well-being for our community to reach their potential health. And we also, one of our goals is having our community embrace our cultural roots while also being able to adapt into our current society and being able to expand our community and our traditions and culture, and be able to share them with our county.
We also help with income tax preparation because many of the community Hispanic population doesn't speak English, so it's hard for them to communicate with someone in English, so we provide that service also. Thank you for having us tonight.
Okay. I have a Spanish, oh, you have some,
Yeah, we
okay,
have,
you have something happening
yes,
too, good.
We have a celebration party Wednesday the 18th in Cannon Beach. It's going to be like music, folklore dance, games, and everybody's welcome to come. I'm going to leave some information with John, and we have some information about El Centro Norwest if someone wants to grab something. They are here for you. Thank you very much for having us tonight.
Okay. We had Consejo do a Spanish translation of our proclamation, and Minerva is going to read that for us now.
Okay, are you ready for this?
Yes.
Okay.
Get up nice and close to the mic so everybody
Okay,
can hear you.
thank you. Proclamación. Mientras que el mes nacional de la herencia hispana, conocido como Mes de Herencia Hispana, se celebra en todo el país del 15 de septiembre al 15 de octubre de cada año. Esta observación comenzó en 1968 como la Semana de la Herencia Hispana, y mientras que el término hispano o latino se refiere a una persona de cultura u origen cubano, mexicano, puertorriqueño, sudamericano o centroamericano, u otra cultura u origen español, que puede ser de cualquier raza, ascendencia o etnia, y mientras que Estados Unidos siempre ha obtenido su fuerza de las contribuciones de un pueblo diverso, y mientras que el Mes Nacional de la Herencia Hispana es un momento para reconocer las contribuciones realizadas y la presencia de hispanos y latinoamericanos en los Estados Unidos. Y mientras que los hispanoamericanos han desempeñado un papel destacado e importante en nuestra herencia nacional, y nuestros residentes hispanoamericanos elevan nuestras comunidades y nuestra economía como empresarios, ejecutivos y propietarios de pequeñas empresas. Y mientras que un segmento importante de los más de 42,000 personas que viven en el condado de Clatsop son hispanos, y mientras que honramos la rica herencia de nuestra comunidad hispana, ahora, por lo tanto, yo, Steve Wade, alcalde de la ciudad de Seaside en el estado de Oregon, por la presente proclamación del 15 de septiembre del 2024 al 15 de octubre de 2024 como Mes Nacional de la Herencia Hispana en Seaside, y haremos un llamado a los funcionarios públicos, educadores y todos los residentes para que observen este mes con ceremonias, actividades y programas apropiados mientras comparten este tributo anual especial, aprendiendo y celebrando a las generaciones de los hispanos y latinoamericanos que han contribuido positivamente e influenciado y enriquecido nuestra nación y sociedad. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councilor Montero is going to read it to us.
And I will do them in English.
Close to your mic.
Yeah. Oh, was it not on? No. Whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month, known as Mes de Herencia Hispana, is celebrated nationwide from September 15th through October 15th each year. This observation started in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week. And whereas the term Hispanic or Latino refers to a person of Cuban, Mexican, Puerto Rican, South or Central American, or other Spanish culture or origin who can be of any race, any ancestry, or any ethnicity. And whereas the United States has always drawn its strength from the contributions of a diverse people. And whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month is a time to recognize the contributions made and the important presence of Hispanic and Latino Americans to the United States. And whereas Hispanic Americans have played a prominent and important role in our national heritage, and our Hispanic American residents lift up our communities and our economy as entrepreneurs, executives, and small business owners. And whereas a significant segment of the more than 42,000 people living in Clatsop County are Hispanic. And whereas we honor the rich heritage of our Hispanic community. Now, therefore, I, Steve Wright, Mayor of the City of Seaside in the state of Oregon, do hereby proclaim September 15th, 2024 through October 15th, 2024 as National Hispanic Heritage Month in Seaside. And we will call upon public officials, educators, and all residents to observe this month with appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs as they share in this special annual tribute by learning and celebrating the generations of Hispanic and Latino Americans who have positively influenced and enriched our nation and society. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Seaside to be affixed on this 19th day of September, 2024.
Stand right here or wherever. Yeah, somebody that's gonna take a picture for you.
Oh, thank you.
Everybody stand between you two. Sure. Okay, thank you. So be sure to pick up a brochure or flyer back there for some good events coming up, looks like next week or so. We also have another proclamation for Patriot Day related to 9/11. The Elks asked me to do this one, but unfortunately couldn't be here tonight because they're honoring a member that recently passed away. I also wanted to make note that First Interstate Bank, probably among others, closes on the morning of September 11th, so all of their employees can go out and do some community service. They just happened to have chosen the Seaside Museum this year. So, Seth, please read the Patriot Day proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Proclamation, whereas in the aftermath of the terrorist attacks of September 11th, 2021, the American people demonstrated that in times of hardship, the values that define us do not simply endure, they are stronger than ever. And whereas, as a nation, we responded to unthinkable tragedy with an outpouring of service and goodwill. And whereas on that dark day, first responders rushed into a burning Pentagon and climbed the stairs to the towers on the verge of collapse, while citizens risked their own health and safety to prevent further heartbreak and destruction. And whereas, as Americans, we came together to help out our country recover and rebuild. And on this day, we pay tribute to the selfless heroes and innocent victims of September 11th, 2001. And we affirm the spirit of patriotism, service, and unity that we felt in the days and the months that followed. Whereas by a joint resolution approved December 18th, 2021, the United States Congress designated September 11th of each year as Patriot Day. Now therefore, Mayor Steve Wright of the City of Seaside in the state of Oregon do hereby proclaim September 11th, 2014 as Patriot Day. And during this day, urge all citizens to participate in honor of those our nation lost, to observe this day and to observe a moment of silence beginning at 8:46 a.m. to honor the innocent victims who perished as a result of the terrorist attack of September 11, 2001. And ask businesses, schools, and agencies to display the flag of the United States at half staff in honor of the individuals who lost their lives on September 11, 2001. In witness thereof, the mayor have hereunto set his hand and caused the city seal of the City of Seaside to be affixed on this 9th day of September 2024. Sorry, there was a small typo in that one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you, Counselor. Well, we have one other pleasant task here tonight, and by hook or by crook, we got him here. I'm gonna invite Robin Montero, who's the chair of our Planning Commission, to come up and introduce this segment of our program.
I'm going to turn this so I can look at him.
Turn the mic so we can still hear you, yes.
Hello, I'm Robin Montero, and I'm the Seaside Planning Commission Chair. And I had the privilege in my freshman year of February 2019 to meet Lou Neubecker, the legendary Lou Neubecker. As a freshman, you know, I wasn't quite sure of the ropes, but Lou was there to hold my hand. He was always prepared, and he kept nominating me for things, for crying out loud. And so I learned quite a bit from Lou Neubecker, and his integrity, his preparation, his fairness. And then I found an article a couple of years ago written in the Daily A about his background. And if you don't know Lou Neubecker's background, find that article. It was a 5-tissue article. It's brilliant. It's Lou. Things you would never know behind that jovial facade. So I have a new appreciation and admiration for you. Lou would call in sometimes when he was going through his rough spots saying, pretty much, I'll be there come hell or high water. And he was. You are going to be missed. Everybody loves you. We know how much you love this town. And thank you very much for your friendship.
That's just the Planning Commission. We also have members, I saw some of the members here from the Community Center Commission. Lou's actually been on that even longer. Our records show that he started on that commission in 2008 through 2024. Planning Commission from 2017 to this year. Just before we do any farther, members of the Planning Commission and the Community Center Commission that are here, would you stand? So these folks have had the honor of working with Lou off and on for various years, and we want to thank them for their service as well. So thank you very much. I don't know if it's a tradition or not, but one of the things we've done here in the past is give you a street sign that's in our colors. And so this is what we have. I have known Lou, off and on basically just since I've been here in 2014, and he was kind of everywhere. He was one of the first persons I met, and, once you meet Lou, you don't forget Lou. He tells it like it is, honest guy, and kind of always with a smile and a joke. So, and like I said, kind of everywhere, doing everything. A long time with American Legion, and up here honoring, the veterans, helping out and doing things at the Pearl Harbor Day celebration. So, thank you so much, Lou. We appreciate everything you've done. You want to say anything? Okay, members of the public can use this public comment time to provide comments to the City Council on items that are not scheduled on the agenda for a public hearing or public comment. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes. I believe we have somebody on Zoom. Is he there?
Signed up, Mr. Mayor, but
We're not finding him?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, Jeff, you have 3 minutes. Try again, yeah. Jeff, are you there?
Yes, Jeff is here.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I have 3 minutes. Wow. Well, I just now got Zoom working where I could actually hear what's going on there, and I assume now we have moved into the section on street performers. Is that correct?
No, that's not on the agenda tonight. This is
At
just
all?
public comment time, yeah.
Public comment time. Well, my public comment was going to be on street performers.
That's fine.
Yeah, and the possibility of moving the street performers to the Quaytat Park, if I'm saying that properly. And so I sent an email today. I think maybe the email itself may not have gone out in time, because now I'm seeing some print on YouTube that said that had to go out by 2 p.m. and I think I sent it about 4 o'clock. So maybe everybody could digest what's in my email. The information that's in my email, there's some YouTube videos that were made of live performances that gives you a flavor of the caliber of musicians that are in Seaside, and my opinion as to the potential limitation of moving the performances into one specific location. So my comment, I guess my public comment will simply be to go look at that email, and I won't waste any more of anybody's time.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
This will be on a future agenda, but we have some work to do on it first, and continuing to get public comment. So thank you very much. I think that's all I have for here. We do have one person registered when we get to talking about the homeless camp.
Mayor,
yes.
That item is not scheduled for a public hearing, so this would be the appropriate time for that comment, unless you want to open up a public hearing at that time.
Oh, that's right. Okay. So, Jolie Bancroft, please come forward, and I see your address is in Newport.
We're in Newport, but we own the commons here. And
Can you tilt the mic up just a little bit?
I'm a little taller.
There we go.
We own the commons here in the south part of Seaside. We invested over $7 million in the commons using local labor forces. We spent $200,000 in the City of Seaside SDCs. We continue to send checks to the city for room tax that we've collected throughout the year. It makes me sad to think that there are 6 people who are going to determine the destiny of my business, which has substantial loans. because we're just a mom and pop jam. I want to urge you to hold off on making a decision until after the short legislative session to see if maybe Oregon will address their ruling that they have and maybe lean more towards California or what they're doing in Washington. I think it's on the docket. You guys obviously said it was number 1 and 2 of your talking points. It's just my family depends on this. It's our livelihood, so I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any counselor have a declaration of potential conflict of interest on anything on the agenda?
No.
Hearing none. May I have a motion for approval of the consent agenda?
So moved.
I'll second.
Counselor Frank, Counselor Morrissey, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We have we have 4 vacancies on 3 of our boards, committees, and commissions. There's 2 vacancies on the City Tree Board, now 1 on the Planning Commission, as well as 1 vacancy on the Community Center Commission. We also note that we will need a new council liaison for that commission. So advertised now that those positions are open, and we'll accept anybody that fits the requirements for those. Please send in, contact Kim, and she'll give you an application. Moving on to unfinished business. Last meeting we talked about the Chisholm Center agreement, and Spencer, you want to lead it off?
Sure. And how about I invite Darren to come on up. In fact, I'm going to come down and sit down there. We'll kick this off.
Check. Hey, there we go.
It's a different perspective down here. So at our last council meeting, we brought to the council a renewal of the agreement with Sunset Empire for management of the operations of the community center. And I think there were many questions raised. And so based on those questions and emails from the council and conversations with Sunset Empire staff, in particular Darren Gooch, I thought it would be good to start off our meeting today with really going through an understanding of what services are currently provided at the community center, how that's done, how that's operated, talk a little bit about our relationship with Sunset Empire, how that came about, and then come back to the council. At the end of the day, my thoughts are that the services and programming at the community center should reflect what our council wants, and I don't know if we have had if the council has had that discussion ever or in a long time, or if that's just happened between Sunset Empire and the commission or other discussions. And so I'm going to turn it over to Darren, who's going to kind of talk through some of these things, and then we can have a conversation.
Great. Well, thanks for having me back tonight to talk a little bit about Bob Chisholm Community Center. I'd like to give you just kind of a quick overview of building operations, programs, services, and events. We have a kind of a short history on the Bob Chisholm Community Center. I actually had to phone a friend to get a little bit of a history lesson on things. But what we already knew, the community center was built sometime in the 1950s. It was originally part of the Catholic parish in Seaside. Initially consisted of what's known as the main hall was really the only part of the building. You can kind of see the artist rendering up in the upper right-hand corner there. But originally just had a gym floor. It had basketball hoops at either end and just served as the rectory for the Catholic parish. Exterior was just kind of a dark stained batten board cedar. The city acquired the building sometime in the 1970s, and honestly, if anybody has any information or detailed knowledge of that, I'd really love to have that. So we're just kind of surmising a little bit here on that, but it was available for rentals basically, and a senior meal site was operated there, and it was operated by Clatsop County, but it was otherwise closed to the public. In 1984, then general manager of SCPRD, Mary Blake, she started a conversation with Larry Lehman. He was the city manager at the time for Seaside, about using some of that space during non-peak periods to expand some of the district's programming. There was kind of a big push during the 1980s for park and rec districts to do more recreation-based programming, fitness classes, and that kind of thing. So a lot of that kind of started to come about at that time, and so we were just kind of following along with the national trend there. And so they developed a relationship to be able to use some of that space, and that relationship continued for a period of time until the staff person that was overseeing operations at the community center, that individual took a employment elsewhere, which left the city of Seaside with no oversight of the building. So that really started and triggered a conversation between Mary and Larry Lehman about the future of that building. And so Mary, as I understand, pitched the idea to Larry about, hey, why don't you give us the $6.13 an hour that you're paying that staff person? We'll put a staff person in there for you, and we'll oversee operations there. And that really was where that relationship developed and continued to grow, basically over the next 40 years. Though later city managers, I believe Mark had a big hand in really formalizing that agreement into a standard contract or an intergovernmental agreement. So, which basically was renewed every 3 years. Until 2014, and I think I remember coming to that meeting. We were talking about increasing the rates at the community center at that time, and it was then that the city council decided to extend that contract to a 5-year contract. Just kind of want to introduce you to some of our building staff. We have Betty Barbick. Betty is one of our patron relations specialists. She's been with the district for about 2.5 years. In June, as of June 1st, Betty became our lead PRS at the Bob Chisholm. Prior to Betty being over there, we had a morning person and an afternoon person. Communication could get a little clunky at times, so it was really amazing to have one person at the building all day long to interface with all of our patrons. Courtney Tibbetts is our district's maintenance coordinator. Courtney oversees all the minor repairs, painting, and custodial duties at the Bob Chisholm. He would be Brandon Soria's supervisor. So Brandon recently became our lead custodian for the district. He spends about 2 to 3 hours a day at the Bob Chisholm doing custodial duties. And then finally, Chris Duffy. Chris is the nutrition coordinator for our senior meal site program. He coordinates the site volunteers, meal prep, home delivery routes, and the congregate meal service. Some of the community center services and resources, tried to make the most comprehensive list possible, but man, there's a lot to try and tackle. We've done a lot of things over the years, but I think of all the things we've done, the Community Center Commission, district staff really have envisioned the community center to be sort of a hub for agency resources and referrals. We maintain a courtesy phone for local and long distance phone calls. Helps our patrons out a lot. Probably gets a little less use now since the proliferation of cell phones, but no, we still have folks that come in and need to use a phone. faxes and copies. One of the big ones, faxing and emailing of documents to Clatsop Community Action for programs like energy and rent assistance. CCA has a lot of folks here in South County that just don't have the means to get to Astoria. So it's a real convenience for both CCA and for those folks to sort of have us to scan, copy, and email those documents, those original signed documents to CCA. More recently, Clatsop County Circuit Court, they got a grant I think it was right during COVID to purchase some iPads because they envisioned having a remote location somewhere in the South County area. The Bob Chisholm Community Center is that location, so folks that have an upcoming court date don't have the means again to get to Astoria can come into the Bob Chisholm Community Center with their legal counsel. They have the conference room all to themselves and are able to conduct their court proceedings in that space. AARP tax prep, January through April every year. That's a very, very popular one. December, we're going to start getting phone calls about dates for tax prep is starting in January. So AARP Safe Drivers course, it just helps seniors get a little bit of a discount on their car insurance. American Red Cross blood donation host site. So we do a blood drive quarterly at the Bob Chisholm Community Center. Seaside CERT, Community Emergency Response Team. That's their primary meeting location. It's also a service site for the Salvation Army Gas Voucher Program. If you're not familiar with that one, folks can bring in their driver's license and their car registration and get a $25 voucher for gas. The Seaside Police Department, I believe, is a backup location for receiving one of those vouchers as well. Oregon WIC, Women, Infants, and Children, we are a host site for that organization also every Thursday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. We also offer free legal clinics through Oregon Law Center. They'll do that a couple times a year. We're the South County location, and they also have another North County location in Astoria. We served as a primary South County vaccination site during COVID for both Clatsop County Health Department and Consejo Hispano. And then we served as a Red Cross mass feeding site following the 2007 winter storm. I'm sure everybody remembers that one. Senior focus programming. So in 2013, Justin Cutler, who was our general manager of the Park District at the time, convened a small charrette. Consisted of community center commission members and local stakeholders, seniors from our lunch program, folks from some of the other programs and around the community center. They came up with some ideas for a set of senior focused programs. So our current programs include Pinochle, which takes place Mondays at noon in meeting room 1. A knit, needle, and crochet group, Tuesdays at 10 a.m. in the conference room. That is probably been one of the best attended programs. It's hard to keep a good knitter down. They were right back there after everything sort of lifted from COVID, so they were a pretty intense group. Senior movies, this one just recently came back Tuesdays at 12:30 in the conference room. Senior bingo also is a more recent addition. It was one we did before COVID, and now it's back. So it's brand new, Wednesdays at 12:30 in the main hall. And games of all kinds, board games, card games, whatever attendees are into, Thursdays at 12:30 in the conference room. Some of our past programs include senior dances, which is a really cute picture up there of one couple from one in 2016. Karaoke, we had a coffee crafts and conversation group, and mahjong, of all things. That was a nice lady from, I believe she and her husband moved from Florida. So she said, how about we teach mahjong? And then we had about 14 people at the outset of that. 2 of them came to me afterward and said, there's no way I can do that. I play bridge and I thought that was difficult. So apparently mahjong's a very challenging game to play. Senior meal program. This is for our folks age 60 and older who are able to come in 5 days a week at the Bob Chisholm Community Center and get a meal. Our congregate meal site offers healthy, nutritious, well-balanced meals and lots of opportunity for socialization and occasional activities. Average of about 14 people right now, Monday through Friday. We have an average of 10 drive-through pickups each day. Now, if you recall, the drive-through was the kind of our pivot right after COVID started. So couldn't have people inside the building. So Northwest Senior Disability Services said, hey, we really want to still get these meals out to these folks that really, really need them. So we created a drive-through right out behind the Bob Chisholm. Folks would come around the cul-de-sac and pull up next to the curb. A volunteer would bring the meal out, put it in their back seat or in their trunk, and off they went. So it's just kind of hung on ever since COVID. For those folks that don't still necessarily either feel comfortable coming in and having a meal with folks or don't necessarily want to be there for the conversation but still want to pick up a meal. We do 50 meals delivered to homebound clients. We do that 3 days a week. So there are 25 homebound clients, but they'll get 2 meals because we serve out Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So they'll get a meal for Tuesday, Thursday. And then on Friday, sometimes if they want, they'll get 2 meals. Most take 1 for Saturday. We have about 3 to 4 volunteers assisting in meal service. It's a $3 suggested donation for each meal, and meals start serving at 11:45. We also are able, through the generosity of the regional food bank, we're able to supplement some of those meals with fresh fruits and vegetables. So we have a volunteer that goes up to the regional food bank once a week and picks up fresh fruits and veggies. Recreation programs we offer in the facility. We have our pottery studio that's open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We can see Lauren there working on a wheel thrown project of some sort. The pottery program is probably one of the longest running programs we've had. It was a program that I began in 2003 when I started with the Park District. So it was about 21 years ago when we started the pottery program. It's been absolutely amazing to see that program continue to grow over the years. Happy Chair Yoga, Monday, Wednesday, 11 a.m. to noon. We have Tai Chi 24, that used to be called Tai Chi for Better Balance. Really is focused on seniors that have some mobility issues and balance issues. Really great program. Gentle Yoga, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Arthritis Chair on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And then wellness workshops, we typically do those during the winter months. We'll have a series of 3 workshops that focus on a variety of different health-related topics. So it might be getting rid of sugar out of your diet or things of that nature. And a diabetes prevention program, and I understand that's TBD. That should next session of that should be scheduled for sometime late winter, early spring of this next year. That's a partnership with Providence Seaside Hospital and their nutritionists, kind of working to help folks that maybe are kind of on the edge of developing type 2 diabetes. Community activities, these are just hosted at the center, not necessarily run by Park and Rec District, but we have Whale Spirit Drum Circle. That's every first Friday of the month at 7 p.m. Absolutely free, and they have extra drums just in case you don't have your own. Duplicate Bridge is run by Seaside Duplicate Bridge Club. That's every Friday at 12:30 p.m. And Dance Now, which is something that was actually developed by a group of Pacific students just this last year. It's a dance that folk is created primarily for folks that are experiencing disabilities. Come out and just be able to have some social time and get together and dance. So that's every third Thursday of the month from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. I know you guys love numbers. I love numbers too. So our building use numbers, I went back to 2023, which was our last full year. We just pulled all of the numbers together for the entire year. So you can see under the rental section, we do lots of birthdays, weddings, memorials, baby showers, reunions, so on and so forth. Under other, I was trying to figure out where they had put the baptisms and quinceañeras, and they parked them under other in there. If you've never been to a baptism after party or a quinceañera, you really have not lived. It's a really exciting party. So you can see just rentals alone for 2023. That was 2,635 visitors to the center for that. Northwest Senior Disability Meal Program, congregate and drive-through, kind of in the same grouping there. 6,085 visits through that. 705 volunteers. So classes and activities, 3,732 visitors to the center. Local government, so that's our commission meetings. We didn't have any smart readers last year. I believe we had a pretty good number the year before. And then City of Seaside, various meetings from the different departments from City of Seaside. We have the police department that'll use the building a couple of times a year, whether they're having their holiday party or like they had not too long ago, the
LOC meetings.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, we had housing. No, I think you guys were hiring a new sergeant. So it was interviews. Thank you. That's what I was trying to think of. So, and then other business. We do track walk-ins off the street, folks that we're helping, face to face, and folks that actually call in on the phone to get some information, either about rentals or some kind of community referral. So you can see our total building use for 2023. Was 21,296 visits to the center. And then technology. So this is actually a kind of a pet project of mine since I took over the technology department for SEPRD in 2010. We've been working really hard to enhance building security and increase our technological access for building staff and for users. Again, we maintain the courtesy phone for local and long-distance phone calls. We incorporated 3 security cameras into the key areas of the building. You can see the 3 views down below there. We did add fiber optic internet and Wi-Fi access when COSCOM Wave came to town. We jumped aboard with that. We also added 2 LED large screen TVs that one is mounted in the conference room, the other is on a wonderful mobile cart that we can take around for presentations, trainings, and Zoom meetings. We were fortunate enough right there during COVID to also get a nice Polycom system that is wonderful for conducting Zoom meetings. So that's a really great setup. And then during the 2018 main hall refresh project, we added a full sound system to the main hall along with wireless microphones. So just trying to keep the center updated with technology. So
the 2018 main hall refresh, do you remember just off the top of your head about what that budget was and where the funding came from?
Are we talking about the project itself in total,
Yeah.
or just the technology piece?
No, the whole project.
Okay.
On the spot.
Yeah. The entire project cost was about supposed to be about $298,000. I think we actually finished out with the budget. It was about $323,000. And the only reason that project went over budget is because we found some asbestos in some tiles underneath the carpeting in the main hall as we were proceeding with the project. So in a conversation with city staff, I think it was Mark Winstonley at the time, Mark said, "You promise that's the only asbestos in the building?" I said, "Yeah, that's it. That was the only hidden spot in the entire building was underneath that carpet." And he said, "Well, let's go ahead and abate it." So we did, and then pushed the project budget just a little bit over the mark, but still a great project. So as far as where the money came from, the Community Center Commission was able to raise $52,000 of that through a capital campaign. with with the pledge cards we sent out, and folks that had heard about it and then contacted us to be part of the project. So the remainder of the money came from City Council. Okay.
That's good, yeah.
Fantastic. All right.
Part of it is just wanted to highlight the efforts of the Community Center Commission in doing some of that fundraising.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, they put a lot of hours into that. I'd say during the course of the project, I myself, whose wages and time isn't included in any of the budgets for the community center, I probably put in about 300 hours on that project as well. And there you go. That's what I have.
Thank you, Darren. That was a really good bring us up to speed on what happens there. And just in my meetings, we've met twice since our last council meeting, and I've learned a lot more. So really, I think we want to turn the time over to the council for questions and discussion. If there are other outstanding issues, let me pull out two things I just wanted to mention from the agreement that was in your packet at the last meeting. One is a statement that says, "The district shall control the manner in which it performs the services herein. However, the city shall specify the nature of services and the results to be achieved." And so that's within the scope. We turn it over to them to run, but it needs to be consistent with the vision of our council. And as I said at the beginning, I don't know how often that discussion has happened, if ever, and I think it would be a good exercise. Two things. One is to at least annually meet, have Sunset Empire staff, Community Center Commission, the council meet and discuss and have an annual update and see if they're on the right track for what the council wants to do. And if there are changes, that those go through the Community Center Commission and they make recommendations to the council. And then that would include through our budget process. So as the commission identifies capital projects at the community center, that they are making those recommendations to the council, but that also aligns with our annual budget process, so it can be considered with other projects. And then I'll point to one other thing. The agreement has a termination clause, and it says, "Without cause, either party may terminate this agreement upon 90 days prior written notice to the other." So my recommendation is that we renew this contract. However, if there are significant changes we want to make in the direction, if the council feels this isn't the right program or it needs to be different, that we don't put off renewing the agreement, but we take our time to identify what changes we want, take it through the right process, and then we only need 90 days to terminate should we desire to enter into a new agreement, although I don't know why, at the same time, we would work together on this. And so I think lastly, I just want to talk a little bit about our relationship. So as I mentioned in the staff report, I think this is a mutual relationship between Sunset Empire and the city where we own the facility. Normally we would be doing the programming and operations. However, we defer to their expertise and their staff to do that. And so despite the fact that the contract says they're an independent contractor, not employees of the city, which is technically true, I really see this less as a contractor and more as a relationship with our shared goal of providing these services to the overall community. And with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Councilors?
I don't have questions, but I do have comment because I had asked for us to be able to look into this just to find out what goes on. And I want to thank Spencer and Darren both for the time you put in gathering this information. And Darren, if it's coming from you, it's always going to be really thorough. So we appreciate this.
Thank you.
And it's simply a question of finding out how things work, why we spend money we do, how much it costs, where the return is. This information allows us to get a picture of what's going on, and certainly we got that. So in my mind, there's never a downside to becoming aware and brought up to date on what goes on, and certainly this has been a great asset for the community. I think we all think of the community center that way. And yes, I was a user in the 70s, and I can fill you in on a few things there. And also, I had the pleasure of running it last summer. This was a high school 50-year class reunion, and I'll say everything we did and the whole experience was really good. And SAPRD staff was very professional, and I am in favor of them continuing on in the agreement, even if it's enhanced in some way, maybe length or whatever else needs to get added in there.
Okay.
Good job.
Thank you.
Don, do you have any comments?
Well, I was on the board for a while and found the staff to be very professional. And the opportunities to reach out to the community were being fulfilled. And this is, judging by the detail that you've provided in your presentation, they're doing more than when I was there. The only thing I noticed, it seems like the Meals on Wheels, or whatever the name of the program is, doesn't serve as many people as it used to. But it would be great if it could.
Yeah, it has increased. We saw an increase during COVID. I could go back and look at some of the prior years, but I think we were 14, 15 people total, congregate meals. Now we're 14, 15 people congregate meals, but we have the additional 10 drive-up meals too. So yeah.
David?
Yeah, I just had one question. In our staff report, we show a budget impact of $30,499 approximately, and in the community center budget, it's showing contract of $80,500. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Oh, yeah. The discrepancy in there actually because of the contract we hold with Northwest Senior Disability Services. Okay. They provide the cost for the staff person that we hire to manage that site. So Chris Duffy, and then some other elements, the mileage and a number of other things are part of that contract. So that's why it's so much higher.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I am looking at the right line of where the city money.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
Dina?
Yeah, I have to say that I learned more in your presentation about what is being done at the community center than I've ever known. Yeah. And it's kind of like we put the light under the bushel basket. Mm-hmm. And now the bushel basket's coming off. I think that the city and I'm going to say the city council, and I've been on the city council for 14 years, so I take part of this. We have done a disservice in the fact that when we originally contracted, it feels like we did the contract, and this is way before me, before you, whatever, and just kind of dropped it on SEPRD's lap and said, take it away, and didn't provide any policy, any oversight, any feedback kind of thing. And that's what I would like to see us reunite on. Also, I think we've done a disservice to our own community center commission in that I don't think we've given them appropriate guidance. It's kind of you get on the commission and what? The kind of statistics you provided for us, I would like to see those statistics provided to the Community Center Commission every single month so that they know what's happening and how much is happening in the building that they're supposed to be representing the city council on in some oversight. I also think, and this is again retrospective 2020 vision, I don't think it was appropriate, although I will commend the commission, I don't think it's appropriate that any of our commissions, boards, or committees should have to take on the responsibility for any kind of fundraising. That's not what they signed up for. And so I would want to make sure in the future that we work a little bit better with that. Tom, I do know that the senior meals have increased. I happen to sit on Northwest Senior and Disability Services on the Senior Advisory Council. And last year, we did have to increase the contract for meals, not the contract for SEPRD, but the contract for meals, because there were more meals being served. So there is an increase in the program, definitely.
Good to know.
Definitely. I have a question as I looked at, I think it was the first page where you have the rates listed. I don't know why the Mary Blake House was included there, because I'm not sure that belongs to the city.
It doesn't. It was
Okay.
more for ease for our front desk staff to be able to
Okay.
hand people one single sheet, because typically it's the front desk person, the Bob Chisholm, also kind of oversees the rental of the Mary Blake
Right.
Playhouse, just because of proximity. Yeah. and
That's
that-
your handout.
Yeah.
I guess being a little bit in the weeds, what I would like to see is that the rates actually for Bob Chisholm Center become an addendum to our agreement, so that it's more in line with sort of the oversight. I totally agree with what Spencer has said. I agree with what Randy has said. I would like to see that we work more together. I would like to see us do a one-year agreement with the caveat that during that year we come up with the methodology, the programming, the oversight, however we want things to work. Because I don't think we as a council have ever thought about, what do we want our community center to be? The only time I ever remember us talking about that was when we changed the name from Senior Center to Community Center. And that was the only time that we ever talked about it. So I would like to see us work more on that part of it, and more on the reporting. And you know, us, the council coming up with what kinds of things would we like to, do we think a community center should be providing to the community at possibly no cost? Because we want to be serving all of our citizens, and what kinds of activities should be at no cost? What kind of activities should there be a cost at, etc. So I'm definitely in agreement, Spencer, Randy, and I think this gives us a great opportunity. We've looked at this in more depth, and it's a great opportunity to work further from here.
Great.
Seth?
Darren, thank you for that presentation. Very thorough. I think with all the balls we juggle up here, that's been one of the places that is kind of, we haven't paid as much attention as we should have. So I appreciate you coming in and kind of enlightening us. I'm actually surprised how much use it gets, and I haven't seen this full list before, so it's amazing. I think overall you guys are doing a really good job managing it, and I'm in favor of sticking with what we have. I think you guys do a great job at a great value, and I agree with just about everything that's been said here, so thank you.
Great. Thank you, Seth.
Yeah.
I'm in that building more than any of the other counselors because I attend so many meetings. I have attended meals. We had a 100th birthday celebration not too long ago. I was very impressed by the whole operation. We have county meetings there. We have the chamber meets there when they don't meet somewhere else. Your technology upgrades are tremendous because it helps everybody as long as we know ahead of time how to hook it up. And from what I understand, it's pretty simple, so everybody's learned that pretty well. What I think, I see us going forward here, I think we should just approve the agreement just as it is, not a one-year thing, because we do have the 90-day opt-out. What I'd like to see, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you give a report to the Community Center Commission every month already.
I do, yeah.
What their job, or part of their job, is to review that report every month.
Correct. Yeah.
It doesn't get passed on to us. It may be on the website. I don't know. I haven't looked lately. But the minutes of those meetings, just like every other board, committee, and commission, should be available publicly. And I really appreciate, I don't think Brian's here tonight from Convention Center, but he sends me the minutes and the agenda to every meeting that they have. And so I can look at it or not, it's my choice. And, but I would like to see the commission make a start on what we're talking about here. What do they think the purpose of this building is? And then bring some ideas to us, and then perhaps we have a joint session with them talking about, okay, here's what the council thinks, here's what you've come up with, so that we can create some kind of vision statement. I don't know if we have one or not.
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, then maybe we should.
Great idea.
Just what's in the contract.
Yeah. Other than just, a contractual agreement, something that we're working together on. Like I said, I greatly appreciate you doing this, SCPRD doing it, putting some of their own money into it, because the bottom line is negative. So the city's putting money in, you're partnering with us to do this for all the things that are out there. And then, Spencer mentioned, prior to budget time, the Community Center Commission should be working with SCPRD and thinking about, okay, what do we need to do as far as budget? And if there's a big project coming up, then we need to talk about how to do it. I don't remember, I think that was about the time I came along, that the Community Center Commission wasn't forced to do this fundraising. It was a thing they jumped on board and really took off on. And if you remember on one of those pictures, there's this tree on the wall. And they came up with that idea to honor, or at least have names up there, the people that donated within that $50,000+. So, I think maybe we just need a little more communication between the commission and us, which has been one of our goals all along. But just to have more of a vision saying, okay, here's where we're going with this. So, can I have a motion about the approval of this agreement?
It says in our agenda it was for discussion only.
Yeah, I'll address that. Originally, based on how the conversation went last time, I felt like some of the council were feeling pressure to make a decision without information. I didn't want to do that again. So originally my thought was to have just a discussion. I did notice today, and I hadn't caught it in our agenda meetings, that we use the same language. So it is on the agenda for an approval. The only difference is my staff report recommendation is to have a discussion. So two options. One is we can approve the agreement as was contained and discussed at the last council meeting, or we can end the discussion here and put that back on the next council meeting if we wanted to. If we wanted to do that, we could even put it on the consent calendar or something like that for approval if the council's ready to do that. But I'll let, it was noticed, so you can take action, so
It is on the agenda for approval, so that's what I'm going by.
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I would move that we approve the Bob Chisholm Community Center agreement.
I'll second that.
That's Councilor Morrissey and Council President Pasulski. Any further discussion?
I think that with the approval, we still need to have the caveat of the work that we expect to accomplish to, and I don't think this is in the current agreement. I would like to see that there be some language put into the agreement so that we actually all commit to the work that needs to be done to make this clearer, to make sure we're all on the same track together, and rather than just approving a contract and letting it go out and then, okay, stop thinking about it. I would rather see that this goes back to staff to do some changes in the language to add some commitments in the expectations.
I think that that's the purpose of our community center commission, is to be that voice.
They don't have that authority.
No, they have the authority to have conversations about how things could happen or the way that,
But
and then report to us.
If they don't have input from us as the council, or if they
So
don't,
it's our responsibility, not the operating agreement between the two organizations.
well, and if they don't have something in the agreement that gives them some expectations, then we're putting them on a path without any guidance.
As I mentioned, I will make sure that we have a joint session with them so that we can talk about what we want them to do.
And actually, I would add, based on that comment, Councilor Montero, the agreement is just between us and Sunset Empire. And so what we want the commission to do would be outside this agreement. So I think we could move on that at any time the council wants, just prioritizing it with the other issues we're working on today. And so I think we've got it on our list of things to do, but I think we'll be just looking for council direction on setting up a meeting with the commission, and whether it's a brainstorming meeting or other things, or if they're, I think you can direct the commission at any time. I get that's kind of.
Oh, we certainly can, yes.
I'm comfortable with approving the agreement tonight, and then with the expectation that we're going to set visioning for the community center at some time in the future.
Randy or Tom? Okay.
Good.
All right, all those in favor of approving the agreement, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
One disapproval? Councilor Montero. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren.
Much. I appreciate you.
Very
Thank you,
informative.
Darren.
Thank you.
Moving on to a discussion about approving a homeless camp location, implying a different location. Spencer, or is this Jeff?
I got this.
Okay.
So a month ago, we last had this on our agenda for a work session discussion. And then during the regular meeting, we held a public hearing to solicit feedback on that discussion. We also, we held the public hearing, we noticed it through letters to all property owners in the area, as well as to, we put door hangers out there. So the purpose was to solicit the feedback. Obviously, we understood that there would be many opinions and that no one is going to want this close to them. I will say, when it was first proposed to our staff of locating it behind Public Works, they had the same reaction as all the other neighbors. And you know, we all understood, though, that we can't ask anyone else to do something that we are also not willing to do. And so with that, I'm going to go through the presentation again. So all in attendance here or who are watching online have an understanding of what the council is talking about and what you're discussing. And then the goal is to, if the council is inclined to move forward with a location, or to give staff other direction. So this originates from House Bill 3115, and it says that a city cannot enforce no camping if no shelter beds are available. When we cannot punish individuals for sleeping outside, but cities may impose time, place, and manner restrictions, but those restrictions must be reasonable. And this came out of original two court decisions in Boise and Grants Pass that set that precedent, and then our legislature codified it in House Bill 3115. Since then, as we all probably know, the Supreme Court has overturned those decisions, and so states of California and Washington have made changes appropriately, but we are still under the same directive with House Bill, and I assume that will be a topic of conversation at the next legislative session. Seaside's history, I believe, shortly after some of these court decisions came out, an unsanctioned camp was, I don't want to say developed, grew at the lot owned by the city at 10th and Mechanicsum. Obviously, it had many problems with its location, but also with an unsanctioned camp and just no regulations or anything. So in the spring of 2022, the City Council passed a new camping ordinance and policy and chose the mill ponds for the location of that camp. It was understood at the time that this would need to be temporary for two reasons. One is the area floods, and so it can't be the location year-round. And two, the city received the property on a grant from the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, and this is not an approved use of the property based on that grant. In the fall of 2023, it was moved to around the recycling yard, and that the main reason was to get the campers out of the area that it was anticipated to flood and did flood. It's not a good location for all the same reasons. Any other location is not good. One of the things that's especially problematic that we are working on other solutions, and that is a lot of non-recyclable materials get dumped at the recycling yard, and they all end up in our camp. And the campers in there will often intimidate other people in the recycling yard, or will be scrounging through different dumpsters and whatnot. So one of our goals is also to get some distance between the recycling yard and our camp, whether that's moving the camp, moving a recycling yard, or both. And we've recently talked about some likely upcoming changes that Recology will have. And one of those may be that the recycling yard needs to be staffed anytime it's open, which I think would be great for our community to prevent unauthorized dumping, but also prevent kind of scavenging and whatnot at the recycling yard. So thought I had a map, but we'll go here. So we have two new sites. One is on Alder Mill. It's a lot that the city purchased that is west of the recycling yard, and one is behind the Public Works building. Both of these camps, some of the features will have better delineation of site, which we believe will help with accountability for campers, and also for help with easier cleanups. Right now, the campers are pretty much on top of each other, and we've had a real problem trying to curb any kind of hoarding and collection of junk. Either way, we need to install, John, can you? We need new fencing at Public Works. It's probably been needed for a long time, but with the camp so in close proximity, whether it stays at recycling, moves across the street, moves to Public Works, we need new fencing there. And then we believe it would be a good investment to have additional lighting and video surveillance at whatever site we choose. And one of the reasons we haven't done many of these things at the current site is just because it's costly. We want to do it once rather than more than once. So here's a map of the area. You can see Site 1 was anticipated to be that new lot on Aldermill, and part of it on the south side of recycling. The original intent there was it does not provide very much separation from the other residents on Avenue S. It's pretty much in the same location. The main difference is just being off of Avenue S, it's one, less visible, and two, there are some safety concerns with people that are sometimes under the influence going out onto the street, especially at night, and a little bit of distance from Avenue S would be helpful. Second site is behind the Public Works yard. We'll talk a little bit more of that in a sec, and we would fence that off, and the only access would be off of Avenue V from Highway 101. Here is the Aldermill site. Has the same number of campsites as currently there, 30 tent sites. Again, we'd have these eco blocks. We'd have a no camping zone on the east side of the recycling yard. It would be possible that if we had cleanup days and move out days that we would allow people to bring their gear, tents and whatnot into there, but it would be not for any kind of overnight camping. And here is the Aldermill site budget, which would be $188,000. And again, the biggest cost in this is the fencing of Public Works. So we could take that out in some of these other items, as well as the gates. And so we're looking at more like $70,000. However, none of this is budgeted for. So as the staff report talks about, this is something that we would have to use our reserves as a one-time use to do. Here's the Public Works site. Again, on the southwest corner of the Public Works yard, it would be completely fenced off. It would have a locked gate that would provide access on the east side to service the dumpsters and porta potties. And the proposed budget also includes fencing along the north side and south side of Avenue V. Purpose there is to provide a little bit more protection to the neighboring properties. Right now, there's quite a bit of foot traffic from our camp and other homeless individuals not associated with our camp through the mill ponds. Part of our desire is to cut some of the habits of using the mill ponds as a cut through and break up some of the paths that people are taking. In fact, we'll likely have a conversation about whether or not we want to completely close off the mill ponds for a period of time to kind of act as a reset to the property, but also again break kind of habits of using that as a cut through. But again, this would hopefully focus the traffic of our campers between Avenue V and the service providers to the north, such as Helping Hands and their ability to get groceries and other supplies closer to where we are here. So some of this benefits, it moves campers further away from public view. I think this site more than any other is removed from major roads, at least the camping site specifically. Immediate neighbors are further away, but there are obviously businesses adjacent to Avenue V. It includes space for vehicles. Having said that, staff, as we've talked more and more, we think we would come back when we update policies and ordinances that we may prohibit vehicles and just say, we don't have an obligation to provide a space for a vehicle. So if you have a vehicle, especially large recreational vehicles, we would find you a spot in our camp to sleep, but we don't have to provide parking. Now, There's some other issues we'd have to talk about with enforcement if we find them elsewhere, but that is something that we are discussing. If we wanted to, we could include some parking on Avenue V for vehicles. However, one of the benefits, if we didn't allow vehicles, we would probably have some parking spots for service providers only that we've designated, such as people from Clatsop Behavioral Health, Clatsop Community Action, the Bob team at the hospital, our public works staff and police staff. But as an example, if a police officer is patrolling down 101, sees a vehicle in there, especially after hours, automatically they know that they're unpermitted. And so we can look at enforcement such as making it a fire lane with steep penalties or towing or other things. That is one of the complaints of the current site is frequent vehicle stopping, people running in the camp and leaving. So we think this site would allow us to address that and enforce it a little bit better. And then obviously very close access to public works for cleanups. Here is the budget. Again, about a third of this are for things that we need to do already for public works. But again, none of this has been budgeted for yet. So coming back to here are our two sites. Yeah, I think that's the last slide. We're happy to take any questions. If a site is selected, staff will begin working on both. Whether it's a budget amendment we do soon or do later, we'll work on that and then also start with any projects that are needed for the site and bringing back up an updated ordinance and updated policies. And I think I've mentioned before, I have been working with Clatsop Community Action to come up with an agreement to manage the camp. And that's after the last meeting, we kind of put a pause on that until we got some additional direction. But we will pick that up again if we receive direction from the council. And with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay. About how long would it take to prepare either site?
Ed, do you want to come have a front seat up here? I'm going to say I think it's about, for site 2 around Public Works, I think it's probably a 6-month job. It's not so much the work, it's the lining up contractors who are in short supply.
Yeah.
That is correct.
And then what do we think? Site 1, the biggest thing is going to be fencing and some of the other work we would be doing. What do we think the timeline would be for Site 1?
I would probably, it's going to be about 2 to 3 months.
Okay.
Same thing, just lining up some work, lining up contractors or subcontractors, anything else that we need to do.
Okay. Yeah. Seth, you want to start us off?
I have a question that was brought up earlier about the Oregon legislative session. Does anyone have a timeline on when there would be a decision made there if there was a change to the law?
Well, it would happen during the next session.
If
Usually ends in June.
If it happens.
Yeah,
Because at this point, the sense that everybody is getting is that the legislators are not inclined to go back and revisit 3115. However, that is something that League of Oregon Cities, we are going to be discussing how we can push on the legislature on behalf of the cities to get some things going. It's going to be a major topic of our board meeting next month. And but if you read all the stuff at this point, they do not seem to be wanting to move in the direction to amend things, and that's not something that the cities want to hear from the legislators. So the legislators need to hear not only from the cities but from the public.
I'd add to that, as I've been reading some of the articles about this, I can't imagine how. I think there will be a lot of pressure from cities. I mean, especially since the League of Oregon Cities wrote an amicus brief on the Supreme Court ruling urging for that to be rescinded. The same will be here, but as you look across the West Coast, cities like Portland, Seattle, San Francisco, Los Angeles, they all wanted changes too. So it's pretty consistent through cities throughout the West. And so I can't see how there won't be pressure, but we need to have that pressure. The one article I read said that they were, I guess the original bill came out of a subcommittee or a special committee, and the leadership right now says they have no plans to recreate that committee. So if something comes up outside of a committee, they will review it and vote on it. But it didn't receive high enough interest to have that committee reconvene, which is disappointing.
That's the general feeling I have as well from Mayor's Association. We're all pushing to say you need to revisit this.
So in other words, this is an issue we're going to have to solve, at least for the foreseeable future.
I don't think anything has really changed, yes.
So I'm incredibly concerned about the impact that both of these sites would have on businesses. Just, any resident, any business, I'm concerned about that impact. But if we look at it objectively, putting the camp within the public works facility is the best way that we can take on most of that burden from any of our residents, any of our businesses, and probably manage it the most efficiently because we'll be there, we'll be around. I do have a bit of a wild card I'd like to throw out though. What if with Site 2, we shifted it to the east as far as we logistically can and made it so it doesn't border any private property, and so the Commons does not have a view of it, or they can't hear what's going on at the camp. So it actually does not border any private property. It's completely contained within Public Works.
Seth, do you mean to the east, like the southeast corner of the property?
Maybe not all the way, but provide a good buffer so it's not touching any private property. It's not within, it's not visible from any private property, and it's not going to interfere, make it as limited as we can, the impact on the businesses that are there.
We could relook at doing the site plan. I do know it would take quite a bit of other work. Right in this area here is where a lot of our storage, I believe, and you can talk about this, Ed, storage for rocks, dirt, and things like that, we would need to move. All of this is being used and would basically need to be relocated over to this side as a couple of things. One, none of this property can be used because we have some parking there, but this is actually part of the OWEB grant, so we can't put anything permanent here. We have the new fire tower being installed here, and then this will be the remainder storage and parking. So there may be some opportunity. Well, let me go back. The dumpster or I don't know if you've been to the site. We have a place where the dumpster for all of our waste is here, where trucks can back into it, so that's sunken down. So we would need to rebuild that over here. We can look at it. It may get away from the property owners, but we'd have to reconfigure quite a bit of this. But we can at least investigate it, and I'm not trying to engineer something on the fly, but at least we could look at it and come back to the council.
Speaking for myself, I'm willing for the city to take on more of the burden and more work in this project if it means moving it away from impacting any resident or any business. I'll pass the mic.
Looks like Ed might want to say something.
So the further east you move that, without dealing with the dump area that we have there, you're going to lose spots because of the way that bottlenecks as you head east.
Right.
So it would have to be longer and thinner, but we could still get the same amount of spots.
I don't think so.
You could, but I don't think you're going to push them far enough east like you would, but like you want to get them from out of view.
To still have driving access.
So you may
to
have
the
more
site.
space, but it would still be visible.
Correct.
But there's shrubbery there and things that could be grown up that could potentially block that view, correct?
Yes, I think to achieve what you want from the from Avenue V on that property line, you would have to start the camp roughly, probably about 150 feet from that property line. And currently,
Whereabouts would that,
You don't
you think?
know.
I mean, this is, again, engineering on the fly.
Probably
But whereabouts
about-
do you think that would start?
so it would start right about where your mouse arrow is.
Like the number 2?
Correct.
But we would still need to relocate all of this.
And you would lose
How did this-
access because you'd still need access into the camp.
Avenue
So you'd lose that whole
Yeah,
corner.
you would still need, you would continue Avenue V basically out to about here, establish the camp here, and then we would have to find space for this here elsewhere on site.
I think it's encroaching then on the Mill Ponds Park property too.
So-
I'm not sure.
I pulled it up on web maps, and I don't think so, but that would be a question for you.
Well,
guys to-
they could certainly look at it and see if it's possible.
Just along those lines, how difficult in that southwest corner would it be to put some taller trees, shrubbery, something that completely blocks that view?
I think that's something that I would look into more than pushing the camp further east.
I do think my experience, and I don't know if Tom or anyone else has more experience with this, relocating mature trees is really difficult, but we could definitely get the most mature trees that are still able to be replanted in there, but it would take some time to have a full screen. But I think that's a good idea either way.
Okay, Tina?
I'd like to go last, please.
Tom?
Well, no site is without its problems, and we'll be hearing from neighbors around both sites as we go through this. I tend to favor the site 2 because it's been shown that site 1 has got more valuable people involved. And I'm looking for guidance by hearing from the people. So, but I do think that you could move the west side of Site 2 to the east and plant trees, though you're gonna have to come up with some design schematics for the new Site 2 if you did that. And it would mean not voting. Thank you. So it wouldn't necessarily mean making a decision now. We might want to wait and see what the staff can generate for us.
Randy?
Well, I think, we're dealing with the lesser of two choices as far as impact. And I don't think it's really viable moving Site 2 to the east because you lose too much property, because this is where the property widens. I mean, I walked it and I have pictures of it, and I can see the view from the pile there to the commons. And I think the best thing to do from there is perhaps that 8-foot fence that we use slats in it to block the see-through part of it. And the idea of planting trees that will grow and block it, and it would have to be, the line of sight would be the way to go about addressing that.
Okay.
I'm of the same thought. I think Site 2 has the most direct impact on city property as opposed to private or public usable property. The loss of the use of the recycling yard as it sits by many of our residents, I just don't think is fair to continue. I believe that giving us more control of the space by having a single entry and exit, minimizes the amount of garbage that gets pulled in there. It minimizes the use of all the trails around the mill pond by, I'll use the term residents there. And I think it has, while it impacts several businesses much more than they currently are, I think it has less impact on the neighborhoods and where people are living. This is one of those hard decisions that we as a council end up having to make that never makes everybody happy. But we've chosen this position to be required to make these decisions, and it's not enviable for any of us.
Dina?
Okay. I could be in favor of moving to Site 2. However, I believe, and I have had this feeling, this belief for several weeks now, and I mentioned it at our last council meeting, that we are playing whack-a-mole with the location of the site. We have been paying attention more to where things are rather than how, why, or what things are. And it doesn't matter where we move a camp if we don't start going back, taking a couple of steps back, and revisiting our policies, our procedures, our rules, our enforcement. Because it's not just about seeing this, it's about hearing this. The people who are living there, there are many who are mentally ill. There's lots of loudness going on. There's a lot of wrong actions going on. We have not paid enough attention to what the neighborhoods need where we are thinking of locating camps. I believe we have lost the trust of the neighbors who live in these areas where we have had the camps or where we are looking to have a camp. And we need to go back to some very basics. We know there's no ideal or fully acceptable location. We need to gain back the confidence and the trust. We need to be paying attention to safety, consistency, and meeting expectations that we should be setting. We need to revisit the reasons we are or are not doing something. We need to revisit the rules and policies to be followed. Here's a couple of thoughts for discussion, just thinking about it. Consider the possibility and possible outcome of not having a camp at all. Consider reinstating daily or weekly move-outs. Consider, and this I think is the most important thing, I think it has been proven that we cannot have a camp anywhere without 24/7 management and oversight on site, because otherwise there is nothing happening and there's no enforcement. Consider a daily roster, just like shelters have. This is a type of a shelter. Consider not permitting vehicles, trailers, RVs. Considering defining the behaviors required for somebody to have a spot in the camp and the behaviors that will get you kicked out of the camp. And let's decide what enforcement looks like, because we need to have enforcement. Even if the enforcement ends up creating records where people aren't paying tickets, people aren't showing up in court, but at least we have a record and we know which people are the people that should not be allowed back into a camp. And most of all, consider what we need to do to earn back the trust of our housed residents living near any encampment. I have more. I just lost my thing. Okay. We just heard having a camp in either site. Site 1, 2 to 3 months. Site 2, 6 months. During that period of time, we cannot ignore what's happening on Avenue S. We have to do something different. If we don't do anything different, we will continue to get what we have been getting. And our residents there are begging us. We need to be doing something. We put that camp in there, we have a responsibility to make sure that that camp is safe for everybody, not just for the people who are living there. During the time that we are building another camp, we need to be taking care of the current problems as well. And then we need to be also making sure that those problems do not raise their heads again in any new location. It doesn't make sense to change locations if we don't change the what and hows of what we're doing.
I've been keeping a list of when after the Supreme Court decision about cities that have decided to change what they're doing. Bend cracks down on campers, looks to tighten rules. The homeless camping, I don't remember what town that one was. It was in OPB. The New York Times ran an article about what California is doing, cracking down on their homeless. City of Corvallis clears out homeless encampments. There's been all kinds of articles about what Portland's trying to do. Cottage Grove has cleared out 2 camps. Roseburg considers violations for public camping. There's Ashland, trying to figure out, what to do there. And basically what it amounts to is it has to start with the cities, because we look at the state and they're not going to do anything. I don't always agree with Tita on things, but this is one that I think my personal preference would be to say, let's move ahead because it's going to take a while on Site 2. But before anywhere moving into that, as soon as we can, and we've been talking about this already, changing our policies so that we end up with much stricter rules going back to move-outs. If somebody, there's all kinds of rules that should be in place and enforced now. That it's tough on our police department. They can't do it. But I think maybe we need to put maybe a little more focus on that. The Supreme Court is effectively giving some of the local control back to us. It's implied in the sense that they're saying judges should not do the policy setting. And if the state's not going to do it, that leaves it with the cities. Some of the good things I think that are going to help, they just have to be worked out. HB 4002 has been in effect now for 9 days. I had an update on Friday from the county. Nobody has actually gone through deflection yet. The arrests that they've been made is because, and they aren't eligible for deflection because they had outstanding warrants. So, and like I said, many cities are tightening the rules. So I think that's probably the best process for us because it's going to take a while to get it moved, but we need to tighten up what we've been doing now, and as much as we can, kind of as fast as we can. Go ahead.
So, I mean, I agree with everything everyone's talked about. I do think we need a location, but all of those things that Councilman Montero that you brought up are all conversations we should be having, and we intend to have. As I look at really likely wanting to rewrite our ordinance and the policies and kind of start from fresh. So there's a lot of questions that we can go through as we do that and make significant changes based on 2 years of history and understanding what has worked and what hasn't worked. The management that we are looking to get from Classic Community Action is not 24/7. It's 2 visits per day, 7 days a week. That being said, I think there's, I have lots of ideas all the time. We have our own little task force, if you will, of staff that works on this, and we get together and brainstorm. And my most recent thinking last week was, because I know there is some pressure to have 24/7 staffing, and my thought has been, would the money be better spent instead of 24 staffing, but to hire additional police officers dedicated to enforcement outside the camp? Meaning, if someone is problematic enough in the camp that they warrant supervision, while keeping the rules objectively reasonable, we can probably suspend them from the camp, and then I'd rather use the enforcement outside of the camp and keep the camp itself as small as possible to those that are clean and keeping all the rules, and then having our enforcement outside of the camp rather than paying 24/7 in the camp. But again, that is a not fully developed idea, but that is something we've been discussing as we look at any and all ideas and try to vet through things and find what we think a solution would be that will best fit our community.
One thing that I forgot to mention on my list too was that hopefully fairly soon there's a ribbon cutting at Esperanza Village next week, so there'll be 15 additional units available for the people that really need the help and want it. And that's got to help at least a little bit.
I'd like
We'll
to
help with
comment.
some of those that are better.
Yeah,
are doing well in our camp.
Esperanza
Right.
Village is not meant to clear out the campground.
Oh, absolutely not. But it gives a
And you also
great
have to
option.
look at is Esperanza Village is going to have 24/7 oversight. Any shelter you go to, you look at, has 24/7. They have staff on site all the time because this can be a volatile population. So I think your idea bears some discussion. I think we need to come up with something, but we need to be working through this now, not wait until we've got a new place. We need to be doing something about Avenue S now because there's activity going on. The neighbors do not feel safe. And I'm not sure some of us would feel safe walking through there in the middle of the night.
If I could comment, I look back to when we first relocated the camp, and we had daily move-outs, and then that became somewhat problematic, and being passionate, having concerns of people always lifting up daily and getting out of there, we extended it to a week. And I think as it has become longer and longer, the people there sort of view it as their own home and their territory wherever they are. But I think we had many fewer problems when we had a weekly move out because rules were enforced and it was not comfortable for people. If they feel comfortable, they'll stay. And as you can see, our camp has grown And so I think with maybe with rule enforcement and not allowing the ones that don't behave or live up to whatever we're permitting them to be there for, it would be uncomfortable, and I think we would probably see a lower population there. Now, for a while, it would probably spread out into the woods and other places, but I think overall, especially during the rainy season, this population would shrink. So just a thought to throw out there.
Well, and you're talking about the weekly. I think we should look back and even consider the daily move out. Look at the way Astoria is doing things. Astoria allows them to camp on their downtown streets at night from, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And what that does is it lessens the amount of possessions that are hoarded. So, and I believe with the extra money that's been pumped into Helping Hands, there's probably more shelter beds for the daytime, and I know the consideration is the rainy season, etc. But if there's room at Helping Hands for them to, if there's a shelter at Helping Hands, that's another consideration. So I think we need to look at all of that.
I spoke with one of the directors there, and they said there's not a night that they don't have empty beds, and the reason is the people don't want to comply with any rules whatsoever. So they could choose to be inside if they wanted to.
That's right.
Yep.
And I think that's one of the things that we can do. Well, one of the things that we've contemplated in an updated ordinance, especially if we're partnering with Clatsic Community Action, as they are first point of contact, is we'll know when they've declined services. And that's one of the things is if you're given another option, you decline it, you're no longer eligible to be in our camp. Because again, we don't have to provide this to everyone. We only have to provide it if shelter beds are not available. And that is another thing that we could look at, is only opening it on those nights when Helping Hands or someone else does not have a shelter bed. Speaking of Astoria, they've got their own problems too.
It's not the best way either. I'm not using them as a wonderful example, but
just looking back at our history, we went from daily move outs to weekly, and I think the weekly was based on the feedback from the campers themselves. From there, it was to monthly, and I think we changed that to be when called upon, but like staff made a determination. And I think we've learned over last winter, there were sometimes we waited too long because of the inclement weather, and it just got worse when this is when it was still at the mill ponds. The biggest cleanup at mill ponds was a huge undertaking. One of the things we've been doing more recently, but is still difficult on the current site, is targeted. Basically, if your site is clean and there's no issues, we're not forcing you to pack everything out and go out. But if it's not, you're forced to get out. And one of the options, if we are to create individual sites and hold people accountable, is maybe that's their reward, that they don't have to move out while others do. At the same time, we also don't want them to feel like they can be there for the next 30 years. And so a certain amount of moving is warranted. I know as I've looked and talked to other city managers across the state, one of the best practices is moving sites. And so many communities have at least 2, and obviously much bigger cities with more available land will have 4 or 5 sites, and every 48 hours they change the location. If we had that option, I would love to do it. The best we could offer is to have a 48-hour site at Site 1 and a 48-hour site at Site 2, and that way we get everyone in the neighborhood upset and affected them. But we would love to be able to emphasize that this is not a permanent location. This is a place where you can rest until another option is available. And so somehow looking to change some of the mentality is needed, even for those that are better neighbors than others.
I would go to the next step and say, okay, we have Esperanza Village opening, so I assume some of our residents that are in the camp now will end up there.
We don't know for sure.
We don't know for sure, but I assume at least one.
Because because Esperanza Village is also temporary. If we don't to start with, or if you to start with, I do anticipate over time beds will open and people will have the opportunity to go there. But I know if I were running it, I would find the people that have the biggest chance of being successful to bring them in, as opposed to those that will likely fail.
Agree.
Yep.
And at the same time, as we start enforcing rules, we will reduce the number of campers because there will be people that will not be allowed in the camp anymore. I believe it is imperative for us to reduce the size of the camp as we do that, so that we aren't sitting there with open spaces that are going to attract people from other areas to come.
We have discussed that
as we shrink it down, it may give us the opportunity to have a Camp 1 and Camp 2 that are approximately the same size, maybe on the new property that we had purchased at Site 1, and then we can do a move back and forth because we are essentially half the size of what we are now.
I think we would all like to reduce it. I think the biggest fear on our end is if the worst actors are suspended from the camp and our police department does not have additional resources to address that, it's going to get worse elsewhere. And so we're just shifting the problem. And as I've talked with, and you receive emails from residents on some of the really terrible things that are going on there, many of those are individuals who have already been suspended from our camp because they couldn't follow the rules. So they've been suspended, but they continue to cause problems in and around the camp. And so for us to keep a handle on that and prevent people from establishing camps elsewhere, we will need additional resources in the police department or elsewhere to stay on top of that we just don't have today.
Do we see some of those people ending up being recipients of the deflection program?
It's very possible. I just I'm waiting to see how well that works because it's lacking some teeth. And I think Lieutenant Knight's here. He's got a comment.
Trying to hide.
I think it's a good first step, but not. There's not mandatory treatment, so I don't know. There still has to be a willing participant, and it takes many, many, many tries until someone's successful, if they are. And so I hope it helps, but we'll wait and see.
Would you like to say anything, Lieutenant?
Sure.
Evening. On the deflection program, the nice thing about it is if they choose not to participate, they will still be charged.
Right.
So hindsight, if they're convicted, they'll be sentenced to drug court, same treatment. So this is giving them an opportunity to get it ahead of schedule and not have the charge if they participate. So.
Yeah. But is the participation really just a conversation? It's not, participation does not mean treatment.
No, participation does mean treatment.
Okay.
So it starts with a conversation with the officer when the officer contacts them. And this is just for a drug offense. So if they have additional charge of theft, or they have the warrant, which was brought up by the mayor, then they are not allowed to go into, or permitted.
They're not eligible.
But they might get it through the back end through the courts. So, but they will be, and so what we've kind of set as that goal for success would be 90 days of engagement by individual to deflection. So, and if they don't continue to follow the steps of treatment, then the DA's office can charge and they go through the criminal process. So it's not giving them a free pass, they have to do the work, but hopefully we'll help them give the tools to maybe fight some of that harm, so.
Yeah, it's just so early in the process that we can't know for sure how well it's going to work, but it's certainly better than where we were.
And the example I gave of some of the recent emails you received and some of that behavior, that particular individual has family here in Seaside, so they're not one that's going to move on to another community. So, and we have, talking to Officer Knock, I think it's, possibly half of our campers are in that situation. So, having the right enforcement and the resources to do the enforcement is always going to be one of the biggest things, whether it's inside the camp or outside the camp.
I'll just speak on one thing, and you brought it up about your police officer presence in there. I know it may not be the most popular opinion, but I will tell you, most times we respond there, nobody tells us what happens. Nobody wants to talk. So unless we're there and we see it, it's hard to take enforcement action, or we have some kind of injury or some kind of mandatory action we can take. So having some more presence might help, but without having people helping us, it makes it hard to actually take action. So.
Well, and maybe one of the quickest ways to have a presence is to get those cameras up.
So.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Does the council wish to take any action on this issue?
I move to select the Public Works property for the location of the city's homeless camp in compliance with HB 3115, and for the staff to begin preparing the site and to bring a budget amendment if necessary.
Do I have a second?
I have some comments I'd like to make, but I'll wait.
Why don't you second it just
I'll second it.
discussion's sake?
Okay. Council President Pasalski and Councilor Horning. Okay, discussion.
So to Tita's points, I mean, the enforcement goes without saying. Something has to change, even if it means hiring law enforcement with the specific, job requirement of this is what you're dealing with. And I think that's part of the problem is we don't have that kind of baked into the job description at this point. I'm still very concerned about Site 2's proximity to the private property, and I would like the city to at least research and see if we can move that to the east. And I'd feel more comfortable if we could provide a suitable buffer to block both the site and the noise that's going to come out of that camp and try to limit the impact on the businesses. But if you look at the chessboard of the City of Seaside, this is really our only play to best comply with Oregon law. And it's unfortunate that it impacts anyone, but I don't see what else we can really do.
As I understand the motion, I don't think the motion says take Site 1 or Site 2 in exactly the configuration that we see there. I think you're also looking at how could it be reconfigured. Am I understanding that?
It just says Public Works property.
Okay. Does that help?
Yeah, I mean, even at additional expense, I would like to see the city figure out how we can limit the impact on the businesses.
I think staff can, within that same group of department heads, we can brainstorm any ideas. I think we understand, which is, and we all agree, have the least impact in the neighborhood, move as far back as we can, but we understand there are some limitations on how much we can do. And so we can, if the Site 2 is selected, we can begin to move forward. There are some pieces, like the fencing around Public Works and gates that aren't affected by the exact layout of Site 2, but we can see what options there are and do our best and bring those back. But it doesn't need to stop us from moving forward if that's the direction of the council.
Well, even if we did, though, I'd still like to see something change with the policy on how
that will
it's
happen
handled.
no matter what, yeah.
That's not part of the
With
motion.
another motion, Randy. Because the site is one thing, the policy, yes.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of moving to the Public Works site, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We have the assurance that we're going to work on immediately revising our policies.
And I think that's going to need, again, something brought back to the council as soon as possible.
I think what we'll
But we
probably
need to
do is
get-
schedule it on the next work session.
Yes.
Can you come up with something by then?
I will say, I will not be here at the next one. I'll be at my annual training, my annual conference. So that's a great time to have this discussion.
Is there a
But-
possibility that we could have a discussion before that? Have a meeting just devoted to this? Because I really do feel that we cannot let any more grass grow under our feet or time go on with and continue to not do the best possible job taking care of the situations at Avenue S.
If the council wants to have a separate meeting, you
How soon
can.
do you can staff have a?
Well, I
sample
will say
policy?
these are ongoing discussions we have. Ideally, we would bring back all of the recommendations that we have now, including those that may conflict with each other, ideas, and bring them back to the council as a starting point so that you're not recreating some of the brainstorming work we've done. You know, if we had a week, we could probably get that far.
So could we have a meeting a week from today, Monday the 16th?
Have a work session. Wouldn't be a council meeting.
Noticing requirements?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have enough time for noticing requirements on that
Okay.
work session.
Which day? I'm sorry.
16th.
Monday the 16th, 5 p.m.
It could be held virtually too if you made it easier.
We could do a work session with a virtual option. I will say, in person is always.
Oh,
easier.
yeah, I would much prefer that, just in case anybody is out of town. Okay,
Shoot for 5 o'clock.
sounds fine to me.
Sounds good.
Okay, good. Any ideas you have, pass them on to Spencer.
I got an email tonight from Councilor Montero and anyone else. I've got some of my notes from our discussion tonight, but feel free to send anything else. And as we've been doing, we kind of jot down ideas as they come to us as we're thinking about it.
Okay. Let's move on. We have some new business, a small fix to an ordinance that conflicted with another ordinance. Small mistake that we weren't aware of. Ordinance 2024-09. Spencer?
Yeah, so I'll give kudos, even though I don't like to Chief Ham on this one. Last November, we amended some of these policies on e-bikes and where they can be ridden and whatnot.
I missed that.
And somehow, in the description of the area where bicycles and e-bikes were prohibited, we missed that the prom was not included. So the language up here, we're just switching out eastern to western, so it would say, no riding in certain area. No person shall ride or operate a bicycle of any class of e-bike upon a sidewalk in the area bounded on the south by the north limits of Avenue A, on the north by the south limits of Ocean Way, on the east by the western limits of Roosevelt Drive, and on the west by the now western limits of the prom. Somehow, when we mentally draw that, because it is so confusing, the south side of the north and the north side of the south, we just missed that the prom wasn't included. Now, technically speaking, if we want to go back to the 1930s, we have an ordinance that says you can't have any vehicles or horses on the prom, but we think this cleanup is needed anyway.
You've made me think of something else then on that. When we say the northern limits of Avenue A, does that mean that
That's from the ramp, basically, where the ramp starts going down, and that's the northern limits of Avenue A.
Okay, so somebody couldn't ride on the sidewalk on the south side of Avenue A?
Yes.
They could. So still half of Avenue A could have the bicycles, and half of Ocean Way could have the bicycles.
Yes, that's always been the rule. And with this amendment, we are only trying to address the prom.
Right.
If we want to look at other regulations, we're more than happy to. I don't know if it's an issue, though.
Can I ask a question? Technically, is the prom reasonably straight from north to south, or does it include the turnaround?
I think we can look at where Lieutenant Knight is. If someone, especially with our signage on there, we're going to have two types of signage. One is the fun courtesy reminder on the path. But then if we want to enforce the code, this is where it came up as I was looking at the language put on a sign. We'd have a separate, more technical sign that says, riding your bike past here is a felony, whatever we want to call it.
Probably not a felony.
Something that we can enforce. And so I think we have enough definitions in our code to say that the turnaround is part of the prom. And so it would be included as part of the western limits of the prom.
Always has been.
But you can still ride on the road on the turnaround.
Yes.
Right.
Just not on the sidewalk.
Not on the sidewalk.
Right. I think it's a pretty straightforward thing. I don't know how I missed it. Anybody that's left in the public want to say anything about this? Just a technical fix, move it from one side of the prom to the other. Okay, close public hearing. Councilors, any other comments? Otherwise, I'd take a motion to,
I move
as
for
shown.
first reading of ordinance 2024-09 by title only.
I'll second.
It was Councilor Frank and Councilor Montero. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
And I
Spencer?
would move for a second reading.
Let's
it's gotta
get
be read.
first reading.
Ordinance 2024-09, an ordinance of the City of Seaside, Oregon, amending Chapter 71.10, regulation of bicycles.
Now I would move for a second reading of ordinance 2024-09 by title only.
I'll second.
That was Councilor Frank, Councilor Morrissey this time. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Spencer?
Ordinance 2024-09, an ordinance of the City of Seaside, Oregon, amending Chapter 71.10, regulation of bicycles.
Thank you. It'll be on our next agenda for final reading. We had a work session and we had some discussion about how we want to vote on the LOC, League of Oregon Cities legislative priorities. And if you're really interested in all that, you can go back and read it. I asked Councilor Montero to give us a very short description of what this is about. Our meeting is dragging on here.
Oh, you want me to
Yeah,
do
go
one
ahead.
now?
Yeah,
Oh.
just
Okay.
explain what the LOC board is going to do with this.
The League of Oregon Cities is in effect the professional organization for the cities.
Get up to your mic, please.
And lobbying organizations for the cities. And one of the things the League of Oregon Cities does is have committees on the even-numbered years so that representatives from the 241 cities can discuss what priorities do they want the League of Oregon Cities and the lobbyists that work for us to go to the legislature with and really promote and push through and work on so that the cities can have some action and have some positive outcomes. What they have done is provide all the cities with 23 legislative priorities that were determined by the 7 different legislative committees. The cities all get to determine to vote on up to 5 priorities
that we want League of Oregon Cities to go to the legislature pursuing. Those votes are taken to the League of Oregon Cities Board, which will convene in October. We will review all of the input from the cities, and we will then determine the probably 6 to 8 priorities that we want, the 6 to 8 issues that we want the lobbyists to prioritize. That doesn't mean that they will ignore all the other issues, but these are the ones that they will prioritize as they go to the legislature and to our representatives and our state senators, asking for action, asking for ordinances, asking for fixes to ordinances. And so Steve sits on a couple of those committees, of the legislative committees. I sit on a couple. And so by end of October, we will know what LOC has ranked and what the cities have ranked. The thing that is really good about this is that this system is set up so that the big cities in the state, Portland, Corvallis, Eugene, whatever, do not have a bigger voice than the little cities. We all get an even, equal voice. So it isn't like we end up having to do what Portland wants. So it's a very good system for setting the work out to represent the priorities of the cities at the legislature.
Thank you. We had a work session earlier and discussed the top 5+1 priorities. We're going to see if we can sneak one more in. We'll see. But we're definitely the top 5 are up there on the screen, highlighted in either yellow or green, depending on which screen you look at.
Yeah.
Infrastructure funding has to do with water and wastewater. It's an issue across the state. The shelter and homeless response, obviously, that's a big issue. We spent a good deal of time tonight talking about that. Number 4, full funding and alignment for housing production. The state has given us a lot of new programs, rules, and everything. One of the biggest points in this is say, whoa, let's not have any more. Let's figure out what we got right now and give us help to do that. We decided on behavioral health enhancements, obviously another big issue as far as homeless, but not just homeless. And then one that's very important to especially a lot of cities on the coast is being able to have a little flexibility on how we use our lodging tax. And we also decided if we can get it in, number 20, a shift from a gas tax to a road user fee. Everybody knows our gas tax revenues are going to go down as renewable and electric and all that type of vehicles come up. And that's already a big issue. It's going to be addressed one way or another because ODOT needs that change in order to stay a functioning state department. So what we're going to do is just I need a motion to approve those 5+1 priorities as the vote from Seaside. Just for what it's worth, I know Gearhart voted, and they're more or less the same. And as far as I know, I haven't seen any other city in the county do this. They only have another couple of weeks, so hopefully they will. So may I have a motion?
I move that we send our choices to LOC as number 1, 2, 4, 6, and 11 as our choice for their priorities, with a number 20 as a 6th if we have that opportunity.
I'll second.
That was Council President Pasalski and Councilor Montero. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We will report back to you after the board, LOC board, decides what those are going to be and then how we move forward past that. We need to fill our empty seat, and so we have some discussion opportunities here about how to fill that vacancy. Spencer has one? Okay, good. This is a unique thing that hasn't happened since the council at the time appointed me using a similar process. So, Spencer, take it away.
So I'll preface this by saying this is ultimately a council decision. So we've gone out and researched some options for you to consider, but you can accept them, reject them, and go whichever direction you want with a couple of caveats. The main one being the transparent process and open meetings that are required. So if you refer to the staff report, I've given you some best practices. Irrespective of what city is doing this, there are a couple of main things. One is we need to publicize and advertise the vacancy and try to get as broad of a message across. So ideally, we would have as many applicants as possible for you to consider. Obviously, they have to be in Ward 1. And so what is that? So we need to market, we need to collect applications, the council needs a process to go through them, vet them, interview, and ultimately the council will make a decision. So here's a couple of questions that, based upon your discussions, questions I had that we would have direction, we would receive direction from you and begin to put something together that the council wants, a process that you want. One other item, as I mentioned, it needs to be done in interviews, or a decision needs to happen in an open meeting. My recommendation would be that you, whether it's in a regular council meeting or a special meeting, you conduct interviews with any candidates. Whether you want to interview all candidates, or whether if we have many applications and you want to discuss them in a public meeting, reduce it down to a number you want to interview, that's up to you. So if you want to interview all or some of them, and then we would bring candidates in for an interview. Technically, it is a public meeting, and they have a right to sit in on the other people's interviews. And my recommendation is to have them request that they sequester themselves in the conference room and come in, and they have every right to disregard that. And if they do, you can take that into your consideration. But obviously, it wouldn't be fair for if there are 5 candidates to have the last person interviewed to hear 4 different versions of all the different answers to questions that you want to ask, and then be able to respond. Typically, candidates understand that, are more than happy to wait their turn. But it would be a public meeting. So I've got a couple of questions here, starting with one thing that was required of Mayor Wright when he was appointed is he was asked to collect signatures. Like the process of running for office, I believe it was half the number. So I'll just go through this really quick, and then you guys.
Let me just go over exactly what I went through, just so Tom had just joined, so I think 3 of you were on that. Seth, you were.
I was there.
You were there, yeah. So it turned out there were 4 candidates. We did signatures. We needed to turn in 10 from people in Ward 1, and we're encouraged to get more, just to show that you really had gotten around. There were 2 essay questions. One was, actually there was a resume request, and then there were 2 essay questions. One was, basically, why do you want to serve, or why do you think you're the best candidate? And then what kind of future plans and interest in the position, what do you think you want to do when you're a counselor? And I believe we had our interviews back in the back room, so it was not public. And then there was a roll call vote for the choice of the candidate. So these are all great questions. I also wanted to point out one thing. The only thing our charter says that the council does in this case is selects a counselor by a majority vote of the remaining counselors. So there are no rules whatsoever specified in the charter. It's completely up to us.
So they have to be in the ward, and it's just a majority vote.
I would say they have to be in the ward. It doesn't specify it anywhere, but I would say they should have been in the ward at least a year, because that's what's required as well when you run for an office. You have to have lived full-time in the ward for a year.
I would like to move backwards on these questions. You have interview date. I believe it would be best if we make the final selection on the first meeting in December, since we usually don't have a second meeting. And that way they would come in and be sworn in with any new counselors that would come at the first of the year.
That's what I was thinking too. Try to get it. No different than that, yeah.
And I like providing more time for applicants to apply, because we're limited to just the ward. So I think more time to get the word out is better.
And
I'd be happy if we got 4 again.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I don't think it would be unreasonable to expect the same number of signatures as you need if you're running for the position, which is 20.
Well, that would be 20 then.
Right.
One thing to remember is, and I don't know, maybe Kim can comment on this, when you're running for office, so as I learned through the recall process, those signatures get verified. Kim, when they're running for office, there's no verification, and we don't have a way to, we don't have access to that material. So it is on the honor system.
I wanted to make sure, so I did 18.
Yeah, because, so we have no way to check that they are actually voters that signed.
No.
Oh, we'll know.
Oh, no, we won't, so.
So Spencer.
So Kim says we can't get a voters list. So we can verify that they live at that location and that they're, but we won't be able to verify the signature.
No.
Oh, no, but you can verify they actually live in the district, or is it just who's registered to vote?
Whatever name is on the paper is the person that lives in the district.
Yep.
Yeah, we can verify that they are a registered voter. But you can't verify that the signature is the true signature of that.
Yeah, well, I don't think we need to do that.
That's an honor.
The county will charge us for that, but it shouldn't be that much if it's just Ward 1, so.
Okay.
Did you say we could interview in the conference room, or we have to interview publicly?
Well, you can interview in a conference room, however, it needs to be
the same,
open to the public. So you'd have to have seating for the public and things like that. So my recommendation would be, there's no reason to you couldn't hold it in here. I'd probably close these doors, have a little bit of seating for those that want to come, and just request that the other applicants not sit in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Something that anybody who's interested in the position might want to know is how, if they're selected, how long would they be in that position before they had to run again? So we have to go to section 30 of the charter, which says, the appointee shall serve immediately on appointment. So if we decide at the December meeting.
They fill out the.
But if we decide at the December meeting, they serve immediately per the charter. And they shall continue to serve until the beginning of the year following the next general biennial election, occurring more than 100 days after the appointment. And that is the confusing part, which we might need to.
Can you read that one more time?
No, it's the effectiveness is they serve out the rest of the term.
No, that's not what this says.
Yes, it does. I went over this with the county as well.
Wow.
And talked to some others. They fill out the rest of this term because it came too late to get on this November ballot. It had to have been certified by I forget what was the date. No, it had to be certified earlier in the month.
Election, it had to be certified earlier this year.
Yeah.
No, but that's not what this says. This says they shall continue until the beginning of the year following the next general biennial election. That's May of next year.
No.
Well, November then of next year. Occurring more than 100 days after the appointment.
So that is 2026.
So.
They serve until
But what
the
we
rest
need
of
to
the
know
thing.
is that they start serving immediately upon appointment.
But you could choose, you could vote in December to appoint them, or
As
you
of
could make your
January 1.
indication clear, and at the first meeting in January, vote to
I
appoint
just want to
them.
make sure we do it right, because
Yeah.
obviously we.
I think we'll make it clear that they will serve from January 1st through December 31st of the next year.
Yeah, I think those are the types of things we would advertise, so they have all the information going.
Yes,
And-
definitely.
And specifically what Ward 1 is.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to this. So we decided, get signatures. Did we decide it should be 10 or 20?
20.
You
That's
want
what
to
Fine
do
with the
20?
same amount it takes to
Same,
get
the
elected.
same that anybody who's running, yeah.
Okay, so
How many
it's
is that?
20.
20 valid signatures.
If
make
we're
it out.
saying the interview dates are going to be December early, then we need to close it off by,
So let me
November.
add some context to that. One of the things we've been discussing, and I think if the council agrees with this, we can actually, it makes sense to do it to our other boards and committees and commissions, and that is, we are working on, we have a applicant pool software that we use to track job applicants, and they can redesign a portal that's specifically for boards, committees, and commissions, and could be for this. And so once you determine what you want submitted, we can actually open it up on the website where they would submit their application that's catered to this position, and everything comes in electronically, which would be a little bit easier
Oh,
for us
yeah.
to manage,
Yeah.
and then route to you. And so just keep that in mind as you pick.
Right.
Basically, how much time before, say, interviews would you like to receive the information?
As far as the rest of the questions on there, there is a voter information form that is filled out if you want to have your information in the voter's pamphlet. Gives you an opportunity to put what your job is, previous governmental positions, and 325 words to say what you want. And I think that that's a pretty clean way of somebody being able to say, these are the important things that I think you should know about me as a candidate to be appointed to the council. And it keeps it clean. It's the same as what people who are elected do. You know, it just changes who votes.
Yeah,
So you're saying to adopt that into
Yeah,
our
Just use it.
application?
Just
Just
use that
use it.
as the application.
I agree with
and
that.
not
I think a
charge
lot of
people for it.
the questions that we had in our packet, I don't think are really necessary. I would rather see them just fill out that form and we, go from there.
Because then we can choose interview questions, ask the questions we want to ask, and go from there.
Yeah,
So that
that's a
would
pretty simple way to do it.
But I
That would
think-
replace the letter of interest then?
Yeah.
Do
And
you
the
want a resume
and the
or not?
questionnaire.
They can put in there what they think is valid.
Well, they have
Well,
325
actually,
words.
the pamphlet also,
It asks
you
jobs,
ask you,
yeah,
what
employment.
jobs have you
Yep.
had,
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah.
Yep. And it
They
just,
could-
it keeps
I
it
mean-
simple for city staff, it keeps it simple
Yeah.
and uniform to what everybody else would have to.
You're making it just like you're running for an office.
Yep.
I like it.
That sounds good, yeah.
I'm updating my own version of this, so I've
Okay.
got 20 signatures. We're gonna do it in the first meeting in December. How far do we want to close it before that first meeting in
Do
December?
we have both our meetings in November?
I think we will.
One of them is Veterans Day, but yeah, that shouldn't, city has it off, right? Or city does.
The city has
So we would make you work?
There's a lot of employees in the city that work holidays.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to talk about that. So
That would give some
if it
time.
was November 29th,
Second meeting in November,
by that day or just by the end of November?
by that day.
Actually, why
Well, we
don't
would have to have them turn in before.
So that then we can get a report at
Right.
city council.
Well, we would get it in our packet for the next.
I think whatever date you choose, we will just collect them all and send you a specific packet for this, so you don't need to time that with the
Oh,
council
got
meeting
it.
packet.
Mm-hmm, all right.
So
we want enough time to read through them before that
Exactly.
meeting.
right, the meeting is December 9th.
The date that we close off applications.
Yeah, the
Right.
last meeting in November.
The second meeting in November.
Yeah, second
Right.
meeting in November.
So we're saying that would be November 25th.
That would give us 16 days.
Right.
For interviews and then,
14th.
Just to read 325 words
no, but the rest of the process.
would be
Well,
on the 9th, right?
And we would choose a day where we do all the interviews, right?
I think what
Why
we're
don't we do
saying
it
is we
before
would
council?
do the interviews at the first meeting in
It
December.
would probably be the work session.
Oh, during the work session.
Yeah.
Well, depending on how many people you
That would be
interview.
the issue, yeah. If we get
What I would
too
do, I
many.
think we'll have to put the
Guys are
agenda.
very optimistic.
We'll have to put the agenda together. My recommendation, it would be try to keep a shorter agenda and then have it, I don't think you can do it in an hour. I mean, if you have one or two people possibly, but
we can figure that out.
we will put the agenda together and hold it that night and let's get it all done with.
Right.
Can we send to staff, say, each of us send you 3 interview questions that we would want to ask, and then those can be compiled for us to make a decision on before we get to that point, and that way we have a uniform
I think that's a good idea.
question.
Why don't you send us everyone send us 3 or something like that.
Yeah.
Do you want, that's 18 questions. You want 18 questions?
I want to pare it down because I think there's going to be
Right.
duplicates.
I think it'll be duplicates and there may be some that you don't like.
Right.
And so, and maybe what we'll do is we'll collect it. I can send it back in a survey. You just rank the ones you want. That makes it comprehensive.
We can go top 5 or top 6 questions.
Yes.
Again, we might
So you
have
want
to adjust depending on how many applicants
Right.
there are. There's a lot of applicants, we probably don't want to have 5 questions.
Do you want this open for 2 months, though?
Right, that's what it sounds like. Actually, it's
Everybody wants it open for 2 months?
If we're not going to
It's gonna be.
appoint them until the meeting in December,
2.5
I think there's
months.
no reason not to leave it open and get as many people as possible.
So what would we project as our start open date? Our next council meeting?
No, I think as soon as we can put it together. Because there's nothing for you to decide that you can't give us direction on now. If we were trying to decide of specific questions to put in there, we'd need to come back. But if you just want the ones
We're
from the
not
voter
going to,
pamphlet, that's
yeah.
straightforward.
Right.
So we would we'd advertise all the requirements, the important dates, and then it would be as soon as we can really get the website up and going.
Whatever the website needs.
And then we'll look to, to market it a little bit and get it out, and hopefully, also the word of mouth within the neighborhood will go a long way. So again, going back, we want the deadline to be the 25th, the Monday, the last meeting in November.
I would make it the Friday, but
The 29th, so the 28th is Thanksgiving. They could have their Thanksgiving break to work on it.
no, I was thinking the 22nd.
I'm good with that. I think that's reasonable. Then we've got them all in. We know we've got everything long before that.
But the deadline for having the applications in doesn't have to be the same as a council meeting date.
No.
That's correct.
That's what we're
That's
saying,
correct.
it's the Friday before that. So that way it's on a Friday, end of the week. Instead of a Monday.
So we'd open up as soon as we can.
5
Close
p.m.
it November 22nd, yeah,
End
at
of
5
business,
p.m.,
5
midnight.
p.m. You don't get a midnight one. I've never done it.
That's actually, if we use the applicant tracker, it'll have to be 11:59 p.m. There's not a way to do that.
That answers that.
That?
Okay.
The software only allows jobs to open at 11 or close at 11:59
Oh,
p.m. So,
fine.
so if we have
Okay.
some night owls or some procrastinators, we'll let you know when they
Till
submitted
midnight.
it. Use your own judgment.
10 o'clock at night.
Well,
So
are we?
how are they gonna turn in their signatures,
in that kind of an application?
We can have supplemental pieces due that have to be turned in by hand. There's no issue there.
Right, they can scan it and
Scan it, submit it, or drop it off or something.
Okay, got it. Leave it up to you, all the details.
One of the things you mentioned I thought was good is to have a scoring system.
Yes.
So you guys can come up with that. John's excellent at that. Well, he does it for all the interviews I've ever been involved with. So, okay.
Once
all right.
you've done it once, you're stuck for the rest of your career.
Yeah, that's right.
We answered all your questions?
I think so. I think I have all the direction to get it out there. I'll send something to you. We've got some time to develop interview questions, but be thinking about that. We won't need them until December, but we'll this fall start going through that process to narrow those down.
We'll distribute the list of requirements, make sure it's right.
Yeah, they're not voting.
Yeah, I can. Do you want to send it by you first?
Yeah.
Or the whole council?
Me first, and then we'll send it to the council.
Okay.
Okay, good. We've still got quite a bit to go, so we'll keep comments hopefully a little bit short. I see a bunch of city staff out there and others.
They're sleeping.
Yeah, and they're all sitting way in the back.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'll try to make it quick. This is from our Emergency Preparedness Department. September is National Preparedness Month. On the 28th of September, it's a Saturday, the third annual Preparedness Fair. And for what I understand, this year is going to be much larger than years past. And a special thank you to Councilor Frank and Councilor Montero, who are volunteering there. I believe Chair Montero from the Planning Commission as well is going to be involved in it. They're expecting Smokey the Bear to show up this year, from what I've been told.
Smoky Bear, there's no the.
Smokey Bear to show up, as well as giveaways, prizes, and a free lunch for anybody that wants to join them. This is at Camp Riley. It's a fun event. If you haven't been, it's definitely something worth checking out.
Well worth attending.
Good deal.
I have a granddaughter's birthday that day, so. No. September 28th, 11 to 2. Oh, Joshua.
Hello. Yeah, good to see you too. I wanted to let council know that 1 week from today, the welcome signs on Highway 101, both north and south of town, will be coming down. They will be, the elements will be removed, sanded, repainted, in some cases replaced, and a new LED lighting system will be going in. The whole process is going to take about 3 to 4 weeks. So in that meantime, there will be an intermission when it's down, so don't freak out. Be sure to put some information out to the local media, on the website, social media, and stuff like that. But when it's back, it should be looking as good or better than it ever was when it was put in 2018.
That's right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I don't see anybody else coming forward. John.
Chief Daniels, fire chief's not here tonight, but he wanted me to pass along. They're planning an open house for the training tower. So you might remember in 2022, right? Yeah, 2022, voters passed a local option levy that included dollars that would go towards the construction of this training tower. So it was mentioned during the works, or not the work session, but during the conversation on the homeless camp, where this is going. So they're planning September 21st. Hopefully an invitation will be coming out, but he wanted me to pass that along to you all.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Kim. Anything up? Okay, Spencer?
I'm actually going to call Josh back up because I didn't catch him before he left. Josh, just because I know the council will be interested and we talked about bicycles tonight, do you want to give an update on where we are with the new courteous walk your bike signs on the prom?
Is this a felony sign?
Yeah.
Felony sign. So we have 2 torch downs that'll be going down on the prom, and those, They're like 13 feet wide, 6 feet by, a couple colors. We try to keep the cost down, but be clear and kind of be within our branding for the city. Those are in production right now and should be shipping not next Tuesday, but the Tuesday following.
Great.
Right.
Is that what you needed, Chief?
That's it. And then, Ed, do you want to come up? Did you disappear a few minutes ago?
Yes.
Oh, around the corner. Okay. So, Mayor and Council, and I think you're aware, and for our public, our current Public Works Director, Mike Dimmick, is leaving to be closer to home and grandkids and whatnot, and has taken a Public Works Director position in southeastern Washington, Clarkston. I believe he's got family in Lewiston, which is right there. And so you've met Ed. Hopefully you've been able to come to a couple of our meetings. Ed, Mike, and I have worked on some interim plans, and we've named Ed as our interim Public Works Director. We'll be doing a recruitment for a Public Works Director, and I anticipate Ed will be interested in that, and we'll see how that goes and come back. But I should appreciate the work he's been doing, and he's only been with us, 10 months?
Yes, just a little over 10 months. Yep, yeah.
And you can say it feels like 3 years, but
yeah.
That's for sure. There's a lot going on, a lot of responsibilities in Public Works, and he's been fantastic and has been super eager to learn and to grow on the job. And so I'm just very grateful that we have someone that we can turn to at this time and get that handoff done. So I want to recognize him and let the council and the public know that we have an interim Public Works Director.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, Ed.
Thanks.
I had nothing else.
Okay, Tom.
Parks Advisory Committee hasn't done anything new, but we have done the same things longer and better. And one is the estuary park issue. We toured that in the North 40 to get an idea of some of the options for the future when we develop these parks. And we went to Esperanza Village and got a quick tour of that, and that was really impressive.
Good, thank you. Randy.
Nothing.
Okay. Seth?
It's late. I'm going to pass as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Dita?
Earlier this week, we had, last week, we had the monthly library board meeting. Tomorrow, we will be having a joint meeting of the library boards from Astoria, Seaside, and Warrenton. So we're really looking forward to that. And we have a special speaker coming. And also, the week of September 22nd through the 28th is the week to celebrate freedom to read, and it's called Freed Between the Lines. So there'll be events for that. Thank you.
Thank you. David?
I just have a little something out of left field. I was walking the prom the other day and reading our wonderful signs that the Visitors Bureau has put out there. And one of them is about the history of the prom. And on that sign, it talks about the sundial. And our sundial is in a position right now where it doesn't get sun. And wouldn't it be neat if we could have that old picture of the sundial with the sundial nearby? That's all.
If I can comment on that, when Dale left, he had a running list of projects that were on his radar, not necessarily stuff the staff had talked about with council, but kind of wish list things he wanted to get done. And that was on there. I'd have to go back. The estimates were between $10,000 and $15,000 to move the sundial. And when I started going through the capital projects, the discussions I had with Public Works and with Finance was, we need to be working on sewer treatment plant, and we've neglected some more important things for some aesthetic things. Not that we shouldn't, but it was just kind of a reprioritize. So what we can do is I've been thinking about next year's budget process because we're already in talks about that, and maybe a little more robust capital projects discussion. I plan on bringing back kind of the comprehensive list as I've been recently reading through the urban renewal plan and things like that. There's a long list of projects on there, and there are some other outstanding ones that we can go through and kind of prioritize both our funding, or where we spend the money and our time. So I walk past it all the time, and it's in the shadow, and I recognize it, but it's kind of one of those, I haven't felt that it justifies the cost yet. In fact, it may be better just to build a new one at a different location, but we can talk about that.
What if we did a fundraising effort to move it?
You did a great job with the gardens, and so I think that's a great idea.
Okay. There's no opposition like this is where it has to be or anything like that.
Hoxie had a dedication on August 13th, just after our last council meeting. And Esperanza is having their ribbon cutting on the 18th coming up. I forget, it's like 3 o'clock, I think, something like that. You should have all seen the invitation. Basically, we've got over 300 units of various types of housing coming to Seaside, I think, in the next couple of years. And that's just going to overwhelm Jeff and his team back there. But I'm really excited about what things are coming up. Related Northwest, we're working out the deal with them, and hopefully that'll come soon. But I think it's really going to help us. I'm glad Joshua is here because we spent your money wisely, I think, over Saturday and Sunday. The museum did. For the Saltmakers event, we had over 750 visitors.
Wow.
A new record, more than 120 more than last year. But the biggest thing that came out of it's a city thing because the Moby mats were installed right next to where we do the event.
Very important.
The other thing that was interesting was there were hardly any local residents that came down that. It was all visitors. When I was there, and I was there most of the hours, I counted 2 people that would normally come down there and visit. It's because they're friends with all the reenactors. But I just had so many comments from visitors, and they were from states across the country, Canada. There was somebody from England. One of the unique things was the Willard family had their reunion here. One of their famous ancestors is Alexander Willard, who was one of the Lewis and Clark expedition. So we had a good time with them. They made up part of that 750, about 40 or so, but it was just amazing. And so many good things for putting those Moby mats, both at Avenue U as well as 12th Avenue. So the real big star for the city of Seaside. The quote for tonight, because we're not done yet, we'll get to the quote. Because we're coming into election season locally, state, federal, all of that, and you see a lot of acrimony, particularly at the federal level. I would hope, and I know it won't happen here, but I thought I'd have a quote from Thomas Jefferson, and make sure that you're registered, you're educated on the issues, and you aren't swayed by just emotion. But Thomas Jefferson said, "We in America do not have government by the majority. We have government by the majority who participate." So we are going to close this part of the meeting and go into executive session in accordance with ORS 192.660(2E) to conduct deliberations with persons you have designated to negotiate real property, as well as in accordance with ORS 192.660(2F) to consider information or records that are exempt from disclosure by law, including written advice from your attorney. We will be back later, and I don't expect to see any of you here. Turn around, face the cameras. We ready? Okay, we have returned from the executive session, and there's no necessary action needed by the council, so we are adjourned.